Hello? Hello? Hi. We build shuttle today? Yes? There you are. Hello? Yeah, here, Chief, here. Oh, hang on, that friggin' fly is back. It's that damn fly again. He's right in front of me. Get him. Did you have to do this right when I went live? Like, did you have to do this right now? To fly right in front of me? He's on the computer. He's in the computer? I didn't get him. Oh! Get out of here! Primo, don't leave the door open again! Anyway, hi. Here, Chief, look. I found them. See, I told you. Told you about them yesterday. Look, I have 4 models. Look at them. Billy, look at me. I am your friend. Billy, look at me. I am your friend. Chroma Phantoms. No, they're the stealth fighter variant. They're the stealth variant, see? They're the stealth ones. Dude, I built these a long time ago, man. They're pretty good models. I'll put those back up on my shelf. All the homies kissed 8 planes goodnight. Yep. Hey guys, here, look at these pictures from Jenny Houtman here. Jenny took pictures of 1062 being rolled back to the Cape today. Does Falcon 9 roll coal or what? Thanks, Adventum. I appreciate it. Does Falcon 9 roll coal or what? Look at this thing. I mean, look at this thing. So, I wanted to show you guys this picture. Because I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. It looks like they're plug welding the side of the booster. Now, if anybody can figure out why those are all there, and if those are there on a new booster, and if they are they? Do they look like they're plug welded? Those aren't cracks, Deke. Those are it's, believe it or not, water on the booster. Water that drained off from the ice. They're plug welding. Like, look at. See those rivets right there? And look at those rivets right there. Are they plug welding this thing? Are they like just patching it up, send it again? Because you see lines of rivets right there. Those don't have this reinforcement like plate on it. Yeah, Jenny was out there this morning taking pictures. Also, hello, baby. Also, Sheriff Ferd, junk. How can something simultaneously look matte and shiny at the same time? Tesla. See, here, we don't let the sink in. We let the booster in, okay? Let that booster in. The SpaceX booster that's on the screen. See, look! It's all plug welded. It's probably not called plug welding, but they definitely have they don't clean them anymore, Jack. There's no need to. They roll coal. which is all right. Okay. Jenny thought it was cool. I thought it was cool. All right. Anyway, thought you guys did just paint them black. This isn't noon. I got work to do, man. I Toronto, I couldn't send you a message yesterday because I had no cell reception in here. But we have remedied the problem. Sorry, man. Timing you out took your mod away. My fault. I saw the tweet last night. Or I saw the tweet. Okay, if that's how my day is going to be, that's good. I saw your message last night, and I was like, oh, no. It was really nice being able to watch you straight through bed. You know, you could just do that, even if you don't like the content. You'll support your stand by your streamer. It's like that song that Dolly Parton wrote. Stand by your streamer, but after all, they're just a streamer. Stand by your streamer. Elena, take a hike. One of Dolly's best hits. I don't think she wrote that song. I just don't know if I did something bad. I was like, damn, it was just a $30 billion joke. I am offended and don't like what you have to say, so I'm going to come up with some bizarre justification to get you to not talk to me anymore. That's how this works, right? Anyway. Shuttle time? Finger time. What about Minecraft then? No! Chat during space news is too edgy for your old butt. Don't sell yourself short, Wheat. You're a tremendously old butt. It's a Caddyshack joke. It's a Caddyshack joke. It's a Caddyshack joke. Relax, relax. You walked into it. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. I was like Wayne Gretzky, man. I took the shot. You miss 154% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott, Eric Johnson. I know that joke. Don't you should really golf with Dr. Pieper and me. Dr. Pieper's pretty good, and I'm no slouch. Don't sell yourself short, Judge. You're a tremendous slouch. How do you measure yourself against other golfers, Ty? By height. Oh, this is the worst looking hat I ever saw. You buy a hat like this, suppose you get a free bowl of soup, huh? Oh, it looks good on you, though. I love that movie. That movie's the best. Classic. You'll get nothing and like it. I want a hamburger. I want a hot dog. Turd! Spalding! Oh, I know why tigers eat their young. Wang, what are you doing? It's a parking lot. Oh my god. Sorry. Did you see that video I sent you in the text today? They did a good job with it. I did. The TikTok? Yes. So what? So let's dance. Wait, Toronto, hold on. I've been linked like an incredible amount of videos. Hold on. I did see it. It's... Yeah. The Michael... You're Michael Bolton? Yes. I have Kerbal and I never fired it up yet. Why not? Ampeg. Why not? What other game? What game were you playing? All right, let me know. I play flight sims. Okay. All right, that's fair. That's fair. DCS, good man. Good man. Very good. Nice. Yeah. Kerbal is not as high fidelity as Flight Simulator is, but the cool thing about Kerbal is that you can build whatever the frick you want. That's kind of cool. So here, let me show you. What I've been doing, dude, right now is I'm making a very, 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 very hardcore version of the space shuttle, right? So like that's this one down here. Ooh. Oh yeah, that looks quite good. Yeah, I did a lot of work. We got a lot of work done on it last night. I gotta just time to wake up. I gotta redo some of this stuff back here because it's a hierarchical mess. But so like that's my old shuttle, and I'm working on making a new one. I used to play other flight sims years ago. DCS is a good game, dude. If you're looking for that form of depth, you're probably not going to get it with KSP, but you can build whatever the hell you want in KSP, which is kind of sweet. Personally, and I've been reminded many times that this is coming to DCS soon, I'm a fan of this. F4s are my favorite. Because frick you, I want to go fast. You meant the space simulator. Oh, okay. Last, pay attention. Shut up! I haven't had my coffee yet. Oh, hey, it's the same model. Wait a minute, you have the same model as me. That's the same... Does it say 432 on the tail? That's the same model. How'd you get that? I mean, not even mad. You learn to do orbital transfers and slingshots. Oh, well, I have too. It's the American way. Nothing exceeds like excess. You should know that, Tony. Scarface quote. Yeah, see? It's my favorite, man. My favorite. Love this plane. I know some armchair general in chat's gonna be like, but it doesn't have a machine gun. I don't care. I don't need the guns. I want to go fast. But BJ doesn't have a machine gun. You have a Chinook? No, I don't, actually. I helped restore an F4 cockpit. You helped restore F4 cockpit instrumentation for a museum some years back. Still can't pick favor between her and the Starfighter, though. But the F4 is just double Starfighter. Get away, you freaking fly! Why you gotta go between me and the damn camera? What are you doing? Can you guys see it? You guys can't see him, can you? No, I'm not going crazy. I swear. So, anyway, assault gun when? I have it in the house, dude. I forgot to bring it out today because I forgot about the damn fly. Just put me in a missile. I want to be in a missile. I mean, that one goes pretty fast. Was it the K4 or the K18 that had the science pods that you dropped on the carrier? I want to fly more than one sortie, though. Right. Okay. Alright. I see what you're saying. Okay. Alright. How about that? That's in DCS too. Wood airplane? No. Ampeg, we gotta up the marketing game here. It's not wooden, it's stealth. Okay? Stealth. Not wood. No. You tell people it's made out of wood, they'll be like, huh? No. Not wood. Stealth. Yeah. See, I like all the planes that they made that just go fast. I just want to go fast. I like going fast. Going fast is fun. What is that? It's pregnant. I mean, it is stealth, dude. It's a stealth plane. It has a radar signature of a bird. Seriously, what's metal on this that's going to reflect? The cockpit and the propellers, maybe? That's about it. Gear is going to be up. Seriously, the Havilids were stealth because they were made out of wood. They were made out of oak. That's why it's one of my favorite planes, because it's so light. It goes so fast. Oh. Why have one Spitfire engine when you could have two Spitfire engines? Am I right? They literally just grafted two Spitfires together. They didn't. It's a little more complicated than that. I mean, and then, you know, why have two when you could have four? Now, that plane was not made out of wood. You fly the Harrier exclusively. Ampeg, no one can change my mind, dude. The Harrier is literally one of the most brilliant planes ever designed. Ever. Like, I mean, ever. The engineers at Hawker that came up with that were on another level, dude. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what they were putting in their coffee, dude, but it was something. Those things just... I need to learn more about planes. Been too long since I was on that kick. Thanks for the passion parade. Love it. All right. Hold on. We'll talk about the Harrier. We can talk about the Harrier. Let's start with that. We can start with that and we'll go right into the shuttle. I would have to say the Lockheed U-2 is the best. No. I mean, the U-2 is cool. Don't get me wrong. But it's just an F-104 with bigger wings. Now you can't unsee it. You're welcome. I'm serious. Go look at a U-2. It's an F-104 with bigger wings. So, you guys know why the Harrier is one of the smartest planes ever designed? It's because of the engine. Hey, Sweep. What's going on? Okay, alright. It's because of the engine. Did you know that the Harrier has one engine. 4 vents, one engine. It uses a bypass turbofan. And the bypass feeds the front jets, and the jet feeds the rear jets. That right there is the smartest thing I've ever seen in aviation, by a long shot. That, in terms of like airplanes, that's genius. I think this is better. All right. There's Mr. America over here. You know, I love my America plane. That VTOL design is a more truncated, well thought out design than the F-35. Change my mind. Pro tip, you can't. That right there, I think that is, the Pegasus is unmatched. You can't bump on that. That thing is genius. That shows true British ingenuity right there. That is the smartest thing I've ever seen. It has one moving part. Well, technically 2 if you count the 2 turbofans. Or the turbojet and the bypass. Harry's got one engine. And as Ampeg said, 2 of the jets are cold because they're going through the bypass fan, and 2 of the jets are hot because they're going through the turbojet. It is genius. Like, what? Creeper, that's not working. Excited for the new Civic Type R to open up for sales tomorrow. Honda also posted a sneak peek for the new Accord. Oh, I'm gonna have to check that. That right there. And Ampeg, that's, I don't blame you, dude. Harriers are amazing. That is the smartest thing I've ever seen. I wish we could do this in Kerbal. I wish we had a Pegasus engine. If we had a Pegasus, yeah, that would be really cool. Did you guys know, fun fact, the Harrier engine found its way, the Pegasus found its way into another plane. Oh, there's the, at Stanley Airport. Oh, 84. That was after the Boogaloos. Do you guys know that that Pegasus motor found its way into another vehicle? Also a VTOL. Let's see if it's down here. Nope. Maybe not a DO11. Maybe it's a DO17. Nope. I forget what it's called. There it is. The DO31. Do you guys know that the DO31 has 2 Harrier engines in it? There's 2 Harrier engines on either side. 2 Pegasus motors. Where are you? Here we go. That's 2 Harrier engines. Did you know that plane VTOLs, right? It's a jump jet. That is a jump jet with 2 Harrier motors on either side. And then they got additional VTOL stuff on the outside. They couldn't, I guess 2 wasn't enough. See that right there? Pretty cool, huh? Those are Harrier engines. I thought it was really neat. I see what you're doing and I'm calling your card. Oh, my favorite. P-38. The video? I don't know if there's any video of the Dornier flying around. Can you imagine? No digital control system with something like that? That's crazy. But yeah, there it is. DO31. If you guys watched, anybody watch Man in the High Castle? Smith rolls around in one of these. I've seen that, Creeper. That's pretty good. Okay, pal, but Civic. Junie, I like my American stuff as much as the next guy. Don't get me wrong. Honda makes good motors. They've always made good motors. It's simple. I like them. That's why they're simple. It's a Cold War transport. Yep. Ford and Chevy all day. I mean, Junie, I ain't disagreeing with you. I don't own a foreign car. And I haven't owned a foreign car in 10 years. All my stuff was made here. All the cars that I own were made here in the States. Actually, that's not 100% true. All my cars were made in North America. Let's say that. But anyway, Ampeg, you want to mess with Kerbal, orbital mechanics and stuff like that, that's your thing, but you can also build planes and stuff. I like to get a little crazy and make some really, really interesting things. I personally am a big fan of VTOLs, and I like the Dornier, I like the DO31, but we took that to the next level. Whenever you're ready, I put a link to Car and Driver article about it last, I think. Okay. Let me see. Meh. That looks good. Personally, dude. Okay, it looks nice. Is Man in the High Castle worth getting into? Leahy, did you watch Game of Thrones? Or play Mass Effect 3? Check and check. You know the ending of Game of Thrones and Mass Effect 3? Man in the High Castle, I will say this, Leahy, I'm not going to spoil nothing. Man in the High Castle was probably one of the best shows I've ever watched until the last couple of episodes. Yeah, it was, dude, it is so well written. It is so well drawn out. Amazon pulled the plug on it, so they had to condense like an entire season into the last 3 episodes. And it sucks. Yep. It sucks that Amazon pulled the plug on it because those first couple of seasons, man, are they good. Like, dude, don't watch the last season. Don't watch the last season. You don't even need to watch it. Don't watch the last season and use your imagination. How it ends. Yeah, the show... Yeah, it was pretty spot on to the books. That's why I like it. Don't watch, if you watch it, don't watch the last season. Just watch to season 5, I think it is. Don't watch season 6, and just kind of draw your own conclusions as to how it ends. You don't need to watch the last season. They tried to condense 3 seasons at least into one, and it's just... I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but it's like ADD writing. I don't like it when the writers try to introduce too many plot elements to a show or a book too quickly. And there's too much stuff going on, and you don't have time to develop your characters. The characters don't have time to develop to the denouement, and you don't have time to complete story arcs. And stuff gets half-assed. And it ends up being terrible. Yeah, it ends up being terrible. So the last season very much ends like that. Don't watch the other seasons. Don't watch the last season, and dude, trust me, it'll be like one of the best shows you've ever watched. That French. The denouement, the third act. No? I went to film school, man. Of course I know what that is. Like, what show? Man in the High Castle. Seriously, it's an awesome... The character building is amazing. The antagonist in Man in the High Castle is one of the most compelling antagonists I've seen. I'm talking like Dark Knight Joker good. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that Joe Smith is on that level. It's such a compelling character. I love shows and movies where it's kind of screws with you a little bit because you can definitely see where the bad guy's coming from, but you also know he's the bad guy at the same time. Like, I love stuff like that. I love stuff that screws with your head. That's my favorite. Those are my favorite types of movies. Like, Dark Knight was great. I love movies like that. The entire movie, like Goodfellas, for instance, you know they're the bad guys, but you can't help but root for them, right? Filmmaker in the US used the word denouement. Really? Yeah, so? We use a lot of French words, man. You know, you guys helped us make this whole thing over here. Hello? Not sure if you've seen it, but check out the cockpits and the part menu. We reviewed that Banana Time the day it came out. Oh, yeah. One last to show what we got here. Touché. Indeed. Ah, Tiger Stripe. I don't hate it, Chief. Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, I love a good story, good antagonist, where the antagonist is not too far away from the protagonist, but there are key events in their story arc that make them the bad guy and make the other guy the good guy. And the closer those lines get, the more blurry that line gets, the better story it is, in my opinion. I'll give you another example. Can we all just get along? It's the internet, Ampeg. We have to argue about everything. Duh. That's a real French word even for me. I don't see people use that one very often. Al, I don't think people throw around denouement in like casual conversation. I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen. Yeah, Crash, exactly. Mon Dieu. Oui. What's another good example of that? GoldenEye. GoldenEye is a good example of that. GoldenEye was one of the first movies I watched where you're like, damn, I kind of feel bad for Sean Bean. Right, that's why it surprised you. For England, James? No. For me. Such a good movie. Yeah. Yeah, I love movies like that. that are really well written with really, really good character development. That's my favorite. No spoilers. You know what I'm seeing that with? Andor right now. So I don't mean to plug like Star Wars on here. I know like myself included don't really like much of the, or you know what? I was about to say a lot of us don't really like the new Star Wars. I don't like the movies. Everything else, Mandalorian, Obi-Wan is a lot of fan service, but I don't mind it. Andor's good, man. It's done by the people that made Rogue One, and Rogue One is a masterpiece. That is a masterpiece of filmmaking. Yeah. So, you know what? It's really only episodes 7, 8, and 9 that I really don't like. Everything else has been quite good, actually. Yeah. Andor, guys, okay. Andor is a prequel to Rogue One, and it's made by the same people that made Rogue One. It's written by the same guy. Watch Andor if you liked Rogue One. You will not be sorry. Trust me on this one. Am I a bad person for not really liking Rogue One? I guess. Audrey, I liked it for the reasons I just mentioned. The 7, 8, and 9, dude, I don't mind the protagonists, I don't mind the characters, but it's just, the movies are all over the place. They're all over the place. It's really hard to kind of follow the story arc in all of those movies. Now, okay, full disclosure, I haven't seen 9. I refuse to see it because 8 was so bad. Maybe in 9 they fixed it. I don't know. Like, if you haven't seen Quantico on Netflix, it's a great show for the first 2 seasons. Yeah. Narrator, they did not fix it in 9. That's what I don't like. It's just all over the place. It was just making a Star Wars movie to make a Star Wars movie. And I'm not too I'm just like, halfway through, I saw episode 8 in the theater, and halfway through I was like, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's happening. Why is he the bad guy? What, like, okay, yeah, I get it. The dark side. I get it. Is that it? Like, there's no development here. Like, there's no story arc. It's just, oh, that's the bad guy. Kill him. It's like, not kill him, but you, like, I couldn't, dude, it was tough to keep up with. And I see that in movies, and it's really easy to tell what's been rushed and what hasn't. I don't know. I'm just particular about it. Call me a movie snob. You'd probably be right. 9 spends half the time retconning 8 and the other half retconning the rest of the franchise. You know the complaint about the end of Man in the High Castle? That's basically episode 9. I concur, they're not the best movies. I'm hoping that they felt compelled to finish the story of the original characters now that they will have some originality following movies. I don't know. Even though they bypassed so many good non-canon books that could have been created with those characters. One of my biggest problems is when Disney acquired Star Wars, the Star Wars IP. One of my biggest problems was them deleting the expanded universe. That, honestly, that more than the movies turned me off to Star Wars. I was just like, I don't care. Guys, before I was a big, like, actual spaceflight nut, I was a gigantic Star Wars nerd. And Star Trek, for what it's worth. I don't choose. I'm a greedy person. Like, I don't choose. I like both of them. Dilithium crystals, you know, T14 motivator, sure. I don't care. I like my sci-fi. Give me all the sci-fi. You know? I don't care. Ryan Johnson wasn't the problem. The problem was no plan. Yeah, that's the big thing. There was no plan. There was no... Yeah, they didn't have it written out like George Lucas did with 4, 5, and 6. Or 1, 2, and 3. The expanded universe stuff was sick. That's my favorite. And it seems like they're bringing a lot of the EU stuff back in Andor, which is sweet. They talk about locations that are in the expanded universe, like Ord Mantell, for instance. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. That's pretty sweet. How's it going? It's going good. They Disneyed it up too much. Fact. Yes, it's going okay. Request to post the link of landing on the racetrack. Go for it, man. I mean, Gottnix, you should have regular, but just in case, I give you link permit. What is this? All right, we have to get to work. Let's go. Yeah, Mokum, watch everything but the last season. What am I looking at here? This is off Reddit. Get your race on. Yeah, Queered, I'm with you on that one. Also, yeah, you want good story arc, you want good developed characters, and/or, like I said, it's made by the same people that made Rogue One. It's fantastic. It's just fantastic. I really enjoy it. Was that an emergency? I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, that was a great landing. Anyway, let's go. Ampeg, I'll show you what I do in Kerbal here. So, where we left off last night was I was still basically figuring out the geometric patterns in my head to get the front of the shuttle to look right. So what I did in the meantime was take all the parts. The last thing we kind of did last night was take all the parts off of the shuttle that I think are okay, that might need some polishing here and there, and kind of put them all together. We put them on the new chassis. Like, there's stuff here that still works that I really do like. But, like, see this? The whole weirdness about the Strake and the design here on this stems from the fuselage being pretty much the wrong shape. So if we go in here, and I have to go into my bookmarks. Here we go. So, Captain Crash, a viewer in chat, showed me this yesterday. It's a Smithsonian 3D scan of Discovery. But, check this out. There's a slice tool. And with the slice tool, you can get cross sections of the vehicle. Look at that. You get a cross section. So if we do it on the y-axis, you can see the shapes. All the different shapes of the shuttle. Look at that. Oh, that's so cool. Huh. It looks like when they scanned it, Discovery was leaning to starboard a little bit. You know what's kind of curious? It's very interesting to me that if you look at the cross section from this angle, right, and you look at the shape of the cross section, it kind of looks like an X-37. I'm pretty dang sure that is entirely on purpose. Yeah, okay, cool. So I like moving it on the Z-axis here so I could see the profile, because the shuttles, so here's the thing, if you're making a high fidelity replica or you're trying to make something look like something, like you're doing 3D modeling or something, the more you stare at a shape, the more you're going to understand how that shape works and how the shape physically is, I guess, and the weirder the shape is going to get. The more I look at the space shuttle's wings, and I've never noticed it before. I've even modeled these before. The more I look at the space shuttle's wings, the more I'm like, what the heck? The wing actually... So, if you look at Discovery here, right? Discovery has a huge bulge right here in the wing. It's kind of to the point where it's a little... It looks Like it shouldn't be there almost. That bulge is for the landing gear bay. The landing gear. That bulge is literally to be able to store the wheels right here. The wheels go where the American flag is for the most part, right? And that's why that bulge is there. And, you know, if you're just looking at the shuttle, it doesn't look too weird. But what I always tell people to do is, like, kind of just sit back and look at it with your peripherals. Just don't focus on staring, like, right there. Like, look right where my mouse cursor is, and then use your kind of peripheral vision to look at the wing, and you'll see that the wing is a very weird shape. That is a strange shape for a wing, dude. It's a very, 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 very crazy shape. And it gets even more ridiculous when you figure out that some guy in 1972 drew this up on a drafting board and made that weird shape. Crazy, right? So Ampeg, you know, these wings are a very weird shape. Not necessarily the hump like that, but the strake with the delta wing is shaped like that for, it does something similar to Concorde. If you're familiar with Concorde's delta wings, the wing has like an armpit almost right here. And at subsonic speeds, it's designed to swirl. It's designed to swirl air over the top of the wing and make the shuttle generate lift, just enough to land. So like you get oncoming laminar flow, it gets pushed up here. It gets pushed up by the RCC, and then over, like right around where the S is in United States, it swirls kind of over the NASA logo right there. And that's what makes it generate. That's how the shuttle can actually come in and land. That shape doesn't so much matter when you're going at hypersonic speeds or supersonic, but at subsonic, that's why that shape is there. Interesting thing, guys. Concorde, one of the... Actually, that's probably my favorite passenger plane of all time. The 747 is right behind it. And then the Convair 990, if you really want to know my top three. Concorde has the same thing. Interestingly enough, if you look at Concorde's wings, it has that same thing. It has the armpit. Same exact principle. Interestingly enough. This is an example where you can have a very similar wing shape and have the aircraft do completely different things. 990 is one of my favorite planes, Al. The Convair 990 is the third fastest airliner ever. Ever. It's right behind the Concorde and the Tu-144. It can sit at Mach 1 all day. Did you ever look at the production tour I sent? Where did you... Wait, production tour, Dead Crew? Where did you send it? What a monster. But the shuttle has the same wing. Same shape almost. Not an accident. Discord. Ping me in Discord so I know who's who. Dead Crew, I'm not saying you do, but people send me messages in Discord and their name is different than in chat, and I get really, really confused. Okay, that one's you. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, okay. All right, what do we got here? We'll do a little thing here before we get going. Marietta, Georgia. Oh, they're building C-130s in here? Poggers! I love how, like, a lot of stuff is just blurred out. Dude, look at that. C-130s are still being made. Go back? Go back. Okay. Hey, I live down the street from there. A real good story. Oh yeah, L.A. Tower, L.A. Center, speed check. I love that story, MPEG. Dude, okay, so let's just clear the air. I'm a plain nutcase, so all those stories, dude, I probably know, and I'm not saying don't mention them either. I know all the stories, and you can mention them to your heart's content because we're all plane geeks here too. I love anything that flies through the air or into space. I am a fan. I celebrate the airplane's entire catalog. I'm with you. They're adding a C-130 to DCS too. Weed, I know what you're doing right now. The button on the left, you'll see the HERC painting on the wall. Click the button. The painting on the wall. That one right there? Early start today. Let's get at her. How's the building coming along? Good, good, good. Can you build trains and train tracks in Kerbal? Sure, why not? Alright. That's the forward fuselage upper structure jig. You can tell it's that because of the way it is. Yeah, they don't want you seeing what's over there. Yep, FOD awareness. You work on a lot of this stuff? That's cool, man. Dude. Look at that. Wow. It's a C-130 without its clothes on. Or at least part of one. Oh, this is cool, man. I wonder what they're doing over here. Whatever it is, they don't want you seeing it. The platforms in the ramps. Dude, the jigs, Ampeg, the jigs and ground support equipment are like some of my favorite things. Ask anyone in chat. I like the machine that makes the machine. That's my favorite, dude. Oh. Oh, I think I broke it. Yep. I broke it. Turn around. I didn't hear that, Dead Crew. I think I got a refresco. Did you guys Kiss of Death this? Guys! Oh no. We Kiss of Death Lockheed site. I feel really bad. Some IT guy is gonna want to come here and kick me in the junk. Oh jeez. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I feel really bad right now. Oh, the Lockheed guy's gonna hit me in the face. We just Kiss of Death Lockheed's 3D tour website. It still doesn't work. Don't do that, okay? Don't do that. I am, like, legitimately embarrassed. Element, it was probably more than that, but yeah. Either that or it's just a coincidence and they're doing site maintenance and I'm overreacting at nothing. But, yeah, you know what? To be 100% honest, I should probably get over myself. Lockheed has better defense than that. Yeah, so let's just dead crew, let's just go back and just pretend, you know, we didn't let's just go back and pretend we didn't you know, we didn't do any of that. You know, like let's just pretend it's just the right thing. Kiggy, thank you for the bits, and just pretend we didn't see it. Just to thank you for all the awesome content. Not been able to sub much, but appreciate all you do. Hey, don't worry about it. It's all good. Novus, I have 2 words for you. Platform F. Get on it, man. Platform F. Platform F. Say it with me. Platform F. Any coverage of the SpaceX launch later today? Yeah, we'll stop. We'll stop to do that. What time is that launch? Starlink. More like Barlink. Got him. Site works for you? Sweet. MS-21 went off. That's good. As is tradition. Last pretty please. Что? Also, before we continue, want to see a couple of pictures from the eclipse? Yeah. Duh. Yeah, of course I do. Bro. Это не no, это хорошо. Хорошо. Very nice. This is good. These are great pictures, man. And you got the... Oh, you did it on film. Nice. You got the negative. That's cool. I just noticed that. I thought this was some Insta filter. What are these weird holes in the side? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at that, Vasya. Dude, the picture is not doing this justice. Am I right? Picture ain't doing this justice. I can see the corona right here. The colors were probably unbelievable. Yeah, I could just tell. The picture ain't doing this justice. This was probably a plethora of colors. It's a great picture, man. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's see. Oh, cool, man. Cool. Bossy, you just quick side note, quick change of subject real quick. We don't need to talk about it more. You have an application for residency, right? You know what I'm talking about. You can't see the corona on partial eclipse. Oh. I don't know. I was told not to stare at eclipses. In 2017, we drive down to Kentucky, and we're in a full solar eclipse for almost 2.5 minutes. Pretty crazy. That's awesome, Ordon. What about Dos Equis? I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends. Alright, anyway, we'll get back to the shuttle here. So, we got to figure out a way to use parts in Kerbal to kind of make this Humperino right here. Go back to the site, continues its chill. Okay, cool. I was reading about that the other day, and I'm like, all right. Very loud helicopter. So you're gonna redesign the ET for Collins 5? Yes. Yep. Oh yeah, Audrey. Rocket Guy and I were actually talking about using SRBs. Yeah, like using SRBs for the booster. I said it couldn't be done, but we have ways of doing it. We looked into it. This is the 5th gen. NG is technically the 4th gen. Yeah. Odd heli, it's Lockheed coming for you. Well, my backyard is big enough to land a helicopter. Oh, nice, PY. Those pictures are good, man. Horojo. Very nice. Is this part of modded or playback to vanilla mission mode? Got nukes. I know you were here for this, so I don't need to say. I want to just kind of re-adopt the mission mode rules from 2014. Not so much focus on launchpad infrastructure, but take the crazy stuff that I did with launchpads and build space infrastructure using those building techniques. And it starts with the shuttle. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's my plan. I want shuttle missions, daily shuttle missions to build space stations. And then, you know, what I really wanted to do with Crippen Station back in the day was to build the dual keel. That was my thing, dude, because I loved Space Station Freedom. Space Station Freedom I thought was an amazing concept. So, fellas, I'm talking about NASA's dual keel space station design. So, if you know the ISS, right? The ISS has a single revised baseline truss segment, right? Just left to right like that. What they wanted to do with the dual keel was build build two vertical truss segments like this, very similar to the truss segments that the ISS has. They wanted to build up and down truss segments like this, and they wanted to put the robotic arm, make it so the Canadarm can actually like roll on a train, and like you have a little space monorail, so to speak, and that thing can go down here, right, and it can turn on the tracks and whatnot. And you have a bay basically down here where you can build spacecraft. That was the idea. Space Station Freedom wasn't just supposed to be a science research outpost. It was supposed to be an outpost originally to be able to build space stations, or build spaceships, build transfer vehicles to the moon, because that's what the shuttle was supposed to do. I mean, it's the same spot. Oh, yeah, dude. Dude, look at this absolute G. Those sunglasses are amazing. That's my boy. That's my boy Neil right there. That's cool, man. Yeah, we were talking about it. They did a tour through the whole Soviet Union, man. They did a tour everywhere. Which is actually, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cash money. Yep. In fact, somewhere out there, hold on. Somewhere out there, there's a... Yeah, here it is. I got it. It's off of... This is a Collect Space has this picture. Check this picture out. Valentina straight Meyer and Neil right there. Straight Meyer and... See what I'm talking about? Dude in the back in the door frame looks like he's photoshopped into the picture. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, Valentina's straight Meyer, and you see that? She's like, hey, what up? Yeah, Deke. Oh, I'm full of these crazy concepts. Rocket Guy, what's up, dude? Hey, what up? Neil's just like, hey, how you doing? 2 pictures of the Kometo. Yeah, we looked at Jenny's pictures today, Thomas. I love that SpaceX put the X on the hubcaps. And is it? No. No. Still wanted by Elon. Huh. Did Neil and Yuri ever meet? No, Yuri Gagarin died in a training accident in 1966, which sucks. Yeah, that sucks, man. Yuri's a good dude. Rock guy, you're in just between work? Yeah. Anyway, I love it when a starship comes together. Anyway, so, yeah, the dual-kill space station. That's what NASA wanted to do, fellas. And then, Audrey, I was talking to you about boosters. Give me 1 second. I didn't forget about that. So yeah, these are actually rails, right? They're actually rails, and there's a little cart that actually moves around on them, And the remote manipulator system could attach to said arm, right? It could attach to it, and then you could move the cart out there, and then the RMS can actually go out and, you know, like service the solar panels, for instance, or go down here. And if the shuttle came up and docked with a part of a ship, you can hand it over, just like exactly what they did on the ISS, and you can tether it to the arm right here. You could berth it basically to the rails and build a spaceship down here. That was the plan. Now, the cool part about that is that exists. Except for the dual keel. When Space Station Freedom got axed, right? And it became the ISS, because I'm noticing a recurring pattern here of NASA having a good idea, getting greenlit on that good idea, and then the scope of the idea gets shrunk back considerably. You know, that's good. They got rid of the dual keel truss segments, right? And they replaced it with what's called the revised baseline segment. The revised baseline segment has a single truss, but here, this is my ISS 3D model. I ripped it from NASA. And it's ripped from another CAD program, hence all the Z fighting. But I remember a little while ago, we took it and we took Zarya, changed a couple of things around, and added Nauka instead. So I've been updating the model. We got rid of Piers, and we added Nauka instead, which is the science module. So check this out. I digress. Take a look at this thing right here. The ISS actually has this. Not a lot of people know. You see, this thing has a lot of grapple points for the LEE, or latching end effector, and then this thing actually also has a spare LEE on it right there. This thing, the grapple point, is called the latching end effector, or LEE for short. But what a lot of people don't know is that if the ISS needs to do maintenance on the batteries are out here on the solar panels, or if they need to do maintenance on the solar panels or install new solar panels, this thing. Yep, that's right. The ISS has a monorail on it. Well, not a monorail. It has a railroad system. This thing goes back and forth. And what the astronauts do is they take the latching end of, they take the, Space Station Remote Manipulator. This one has Dexter on it, but they take the Space Station Remote Manipulator, and the cool thing about this thing is that it can grapple to different points, and it's androgynous on either end. So how I like to describe it is that the LEE can monkey bar around the space station. So like you can be anchored on one point. Think about like if you're climbing up like if you're bouldering up a cliff. You grab one point, you move to the next point, you grab that, you let this go, and then you move to the next point. It can monkey bar around the space station. So what this thing can do, just for a second, think about how ridiculous that actually is. This thing can just plug itself in anywhere where there's a grapple point, and the RMS will work. Because there's plugs on the grapple points. So anytime it grapples and it tightens up and it grabs the grapple point, it plugs itself in. So it's powered. But you can power it from either end, which is crazy. And the even crazier part is that it can power whatever it's attached to, if it has the plugs for it. Which is even crazier when you think about it. So the idea is you put the latching end effector out here, and say, for instance, you need to repair a torn solar panel, right? The Space Station Remote Manipulator system will attach to the MBS right there, and it'll literally roll out to the end of the space station, out to the end of the truss segment, and they'll do maintenance on the solar panels. You want to see one of the weirdest pictures I've ever seen from space? So, this is a picture of NASA astronaut Scott Perzinski doing exactly what I just said. And it is one of the weirdest shots you will ever see from space. Here, we're going to tie you to the end of the arm, and you're going to go out onto the solar panels and sew them shut. Solar panels are basically, it's something, it's not cloth, but it's pretty much cloth. There's no need for structure. They just gotta, the structure is right here, right? So one time the shuttle outgassed and it damaged a solar panel. It tore it. So they sent Scott Perzinski out there on an EVA and he literally sewed it back together in space. It is one of the gnarliest EVA missions in NASA history, and no one talks about it. They're basically set up like sails. Yep, you have a mast on your solar panel, and the mast actually unscrews, believe it or not. It's like a collapsible, it's like collapsible threaded rod. That's what this thing does. There's a little part at the bottom of the solar panel that spins, and when it spins, it unfurls the mast, which is actually pretty cool. Spaceman on a stick? Yeah. The guy was a good distance away from... Like, that's the furthest an astronaut has been on EVA from the ISS. By a long shot. He was out way on the end of the solar panels, and that's far, man. That's like out here somewhere. And keep in mind, like, uh-oh. I think I borketed it by hitting the smooth button. Oh, I did. Okay, alright, she's back to normal. And keep in mind, the solar panels were up here somewhere. They rotated the solar panels into position so they could get at them. So he was, like, up here. That's a long way. That's probably about, I don't know, 50 meters away from the airlock. That's a long way. And it just kind of goes to show you how big the ISS actually is. Yeah, Ordon, do you know how long it took for the solar panels to extend? Oh, it doesn't take long. Probably an hour, I guess. I mean, considering these solar panels are gigantic. They're the original solar arrays on the ISS are not small. Those are big. I'd say it's like maybe 2 tennis courts long, if I had to guess. I mean, it's big. I have my Maya license motorman literally for this, for moments like this. Yep. Pretty crazy. So yeah, this is a model from NASA. I'm not 100% sure if it's an engineering model, but it's pretty damn high fidelity for what it is. Isn't the total width of the... Yeah, the ISS is about the size of a soccer field or a football field, or, if you're American, a football field. Yes, I know it's a different sport. Yes, I know you don't use your feet. I get it. You kind of do, though, in football, but that's another story. Yeah, Bandit, they love posting that picture. They love posting this picture. NASA loves doing this, but the thing is... I don't like showing this picture too much because, believe me, if you like American football, all the Europeans here will let you know that it's a different sport than football. I could feel your judgment through the computer. I can feel it and I reject it. I like my sport, okay? I grew up with it. I'm not saying that soccer is bad or anything, okay? I can feel your judgment through the... Shh! Look! Okay? NASA's trying to appease to Americans. That's why they have this picture. Okay? And Americans understand hand egg. Damn it. Soccer's boring. There I said it. You know what? I don't find soccer too incredibly boring. What I don't like is flopping. But then again, people try to flop in American football too. And it's pretty lame, actually. I don't mind soccer. Soccer's actually a great sport. It's fun. It's fun to watch. The thing about soccer is that it can be going... It's actually similar to watching hockey. Hockey is very similar to soccer, but on ice with skates and a rubber puck. Soccer is kind of the same idea. I still don't understand the offside rule for everybody that plays soccer. I don't get it. I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense in my mind. Like, it's very, very weird rule, but... Whatever. Soccer's not fun. It's not bad to watch. It's a fun sport. Yeah, no, I just didn't grow up with it, man. I grew up playing football. I did play soccer in kindergarten, but then I was like, nah, I want to play football. When did you drop your sunglasses? Def 2017? 2017? Something like that. Offside. 10-yard penalty. Matt, Saints win this week? Patriots didn't win. The Bears just decided to play like it was their Super Bowl, and yeah. Good on them, but also, frick you. Can you guys go back to being mediocre, please? You don't want to talk about it. All right, cool. We're in the same boat then, man. Cool. Anyway. So, yeah, the dual kill concept is what I would like to build with the shuttle. I want to do this so we could build vehicles. That's something that I always wanted to do with Kerbal, but we just didn't have the robotics, and I tried doing it by making the KRAKEN arm. I used KRAKEN tech to make a remote manipulator system in like 2014. It kind of works. A little bit difficult, little bit cumbersome, but it works. Matt, I wasn't going to say anything. So I would like to build something like this with the shuttle. Steelers are set to give Mike Tomlin his first losing season ever, but it's a rebuilding year. I'm fine with it. You know what, Andre? I don't mind Pickett. Pickett? Kenny Pickett, that's his name. I don't mind that guy. He's an okay quarterback. Why did I remove all the faces in Mission Control? Felt like switching it up, Farhand. Anyway, I could talk about football with you guys for like the next 12 hours. So instead, we'll talk about shuttles for the next 12 hours. Something I like more than football. Yeah, Waterfall. Soccer would make more sense in my head if it had a blue line and a red line like hockey. I think that would make the sport better, but then again, I don't play enough soccer to be able to know if that's going to actually make things better or worse. So, it seems like it could benefit from it. Actually, Audrey, I don't mind the Steelers QB because I like the Steelers quarterback because when somebody fell on his leg, he went and instead of going and whining to the ref, he went over there and started getting the guy's face. Why are you falling on me? Are you trying to freaking get me hurt? What are you, dumb? Like, you didn't need to do that. And the guy was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's like, don't do that again. I'm like, I like you. You're all right. You're all right. And you know what? People from Pittsburgh are probably going to like you too for doing that. When are you going to build the shuttle? When you stop being a dick is the answer to that. Unlike Tom Brady, you didn't cry. I don't know what you're talking about, me and my quarterback. We got Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi. Kenny's going to be good. He just needs pro experience. Give him some time. Give him some time, Audrey. He'll be all right. I don't know if he's going to be like Big Ben, but give him some time. The drive is there, and that's what matters. The drive. You know, him going and getting in the guy's face. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You need that drive. You need that drive to be a good quarterback. Football is a... Dude, and you know what? Soccer is the same way. You got to build the team. You got to build the team. If the team isn't getting along, you could have all the best players in the world, and it does not matter. You will get railed. Like, badly. Like in soccer, I'm talking like a 5-0. You'll get railed if your team doesn't work together. If they don't like each other, they gotta like each other. You gotta build relationships there. That's really important. You have to be a cohesive unit. If you're not, you're gonna lose. You could have all the talent in the world. I mean, look at the Bucks right now. All the talent in the world. Can't win a freaking game. Remember, we got a Starlink tonight as well. That's right. That's right. All right, so let's try and figure out this wing shape here, huh? How are we gonna make that? I got the wing shape basically figured out till about here, but there's no I in team, but there's an I in meat pie. Gotta thank Ted Lasso for bringing a lot of that culture to my TV. Watch Welcome to Wrexham, dude. If you like Ted Lasso, you want more of that. Welcome to Wrexham is Ted Lasso almost in real life, dude. Last thing I'm going to say before we go and work on the shuttle. Welcome to Wrexham is a sports docu-series about Rob McElhenney, so the guy that plays Mac on Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and Ryan Reynolds, who partnered to buy a National League football team in Wrexham, Wales. They bought the team, and the docuseries details the story about how Wrexham is trying to get promoted out of the National League. Yeah, Mythic Quest is good, dude. Yeah. Leahy, the writer of Mythic Quest is actually in the docuseries. He actually is the one that wanted them to, like, that persuaded Rob to buy the team. Yeah. So, dude, it's like Ted Lasso. It's like a real-life Ted Lasso story, which is actually pretty cool. And I'll be honest, that's what's kind of giving me the perspective on soccer. I didn't understand it. I get it. It's the sport, man. It's the sport. You got to go play it. Grew up with that stuff. That's important, you know? Like, that makes perfect sense to me. It's like how I grew up with football and baseball. Makes perfect sense to me. Are building shuttles now as complex as it was when you made yours last time I was poking around? Def, it's not so much that it's more complicated. The shuttles that I have used in the past would still work. They would still work in the saves in Kerbal today. The thing is what is the ground attitude angle of the shuttle? I have the laser scan model open and I need some orientation. 5 degrees nose down. Baseball doesn't make sense. I don't know if those parts aren't even in the game anymore, Matt. I don't know if that'll work. But so let's go over here. So Def, the shuttle that I'm working on is down here. It's not finished yet, but so I've incorporated this new type of thing, this new type of build strategy that I've kind of been honing over the last couple of years. It's called triangle tessellation. And triangle tessellation is being able to use these equilateral triangle shapes to make complex shapes in Kerbal. Right? And now, I know what people are going to say. Well, won't this cause a lot of drag? Well, yeah, I wouldn't do this if we were just making a regular airplane. But the shuttle, you got to remember, it's designed to make drag. That's the whole point. So, it's like building those panel shuttles that I did back in the day. Remember the time I tried to build Venture Star? And it was just like, it looked like a wedge of cheese. I called it Super Collins. Remember that? Let's just say we kind of took that to the next level here. I actually ended up making Super Collins, but we called it Jebstar, I think. Is it like a drag racer? No. So, that one's actually supposed to be the X-33. Here, let me shut off Maya here, or else I could just sit there and look at that space station model all day. Let me show you something. So, that one is actually small compared to Super Collins back in the day. If we go over here and we go to the backup saves, we go to saves here, mission mode, ships, SPH. Let me turn on the tunes. That royalty-free synthwave mix that I found yesterday was really, really good. I really liked it. There we go. Come on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Ansel, 38-month resub. Thank you. Here she is. Check this out, Def. I made Super Collins, and it works. Look at this chonker. Look at this chonker of a freaking thing. Okay. Look at the Kerbals walking around. Have you thought of playing any Popsky? No. I could. Popsky's cool with it. I actually know him. Popsky and I go way back, dude. I knew Popsky from, actually, believe it or not, before I started streaming. I did, Grabshark. I showed the wireframe of it, and I showed that it is nearly identical. The hierarchies are identical between the, the big one and the small one. Payload mass to orbit? Oh, Josh, this thing can move. Oh, jeez. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure it was 36 tons, but I could be wrong. I engineered it for 18, and it turns out it has a little more kick than that. I think it's 36. Fly it? Oh. I forget how to be 100% honest with you. But yeah, so I've been really working on aeroshells, Def. I'm sure you remember this, dude, right? I've been working on the aeroshell, and this is what I mean. The triangle tessellation can have you make really, really, really nice compound shapes. If you really know what you're doing. It takes forever to get it right, though. But when you get it right, man, you can make stuff that looks pretty damn good. Just send it. I mean, it just flies up into space and then comes back down, dudes. You could probably horizontal takeoff. I don't think we can with this one, guys. This is block 1. Block 1 has that little Death Star trench run problem. But, Def, here's the thing. Can I please see this fly? Alright, hold on 1 second, dudes. Let me show you something. I gotta find it. I built a launch pad for it. A reusable, fully reusable launch pad. With transporter erector. Or not transporter erector, it's just an erector, believe it or not. There's footage of it re-entering. Look at that thing. It's crazy, right? That was one of the gnarliest things we've ever done. It is a full TE, guys. Like, and then there's the small one's launch pad, right? I built launch pads for the small and the large SSTO. And actually the launch pads can move around. They were mobile, so I could get them away from the pad. Believe it or not. There she is. It's big, man. It is a big vehicle. Yeah, there was no rover wheels that could move this thing. This thing is like 300 tons without fuel in it. It weighs 2,500 tons fully fueled. The problem that we had with the SSTO, I fixed a ton of things. The problem that ended up manifesting itself here was that literally the hinges and the hydraulics in this game could not withstand 2,500 tons of anything sitting on it. Couldn't do it. Now, once again, fellas, I'll say this once, I'll say it again. Hybrid tech can fix this problem. I figured out a way to get around this thing. I can make extremely strong hinges in this by using what's called hybrid tech. Yeah, there's the small SSTO. Yeah, dude, I'd have to like roll. These things are fully reusable. You could roll them back to the pad, fuel them up, and then go. See? See, I even made one with a crew access arm for the small one. The small one is supposed to be was supposed to be the crew launch vehicle. And then right there, this thing that looks like a hangar has a gantry crane in it that I made out of hydraulics, Steph. I used hydraulics to make a crane. It can pick stuff up and out of the payload bay, and so you can swap the payloads out. Yeah. Problem is that Kerbal doesn't. Actually, I was about to say the problem is that Kerbal doesn't like reusing things. The truth of the matter is that you can reuse stuff in Kerbal all you want. You have metal fatigue in Kerbal. Joint fatigue. Seriously. Stuff in Kerbal bends. It bends. It moves around. It happens. You ever been playing around with KSP and you have a docking port kind of shift around a little bit? Stuff bends. It flexes in Kerbal. And if you leave scene when something is under... When there's a part that's bending that has a lot of potential energy, it bends into that position and it stays like that. So it's interesting because that's how real life works, but not for the same reasons. In real life, you have metal fatigue. If you've ever had a Chromacola can like this, right? And you take the tab and you pull it a bunch of times, what's going to happen? You're putting it through load cycles, it pops off, right? This happens in Kerbal. Straight up. So it's hard to make reusable things. It's very difficult. But we did do it. Could the new motors and stuff in the game do it? Yes, but you need something called hybrid tech. Hybrid tech can do it. Yeah, that's what happens when the pad can't hold up 2,500 tons of fuel and SSTO. Kerbal has no crushing physics. There's nothing to tell you that a part is being crushed in KSP. So what the game ends up doing is if you see a part on your ship that's doing this, that's shaking around, that's the game trying to tell you that this part would be getting crushed if there was deformation. Like, there's only basically once the force being exerted on that exceeds the collision tolerance, the part will pop. But can you explain hybrid tech? Sure. Yeah. So there's the big SSTO. It does fly. It does not fly very well. Turns out when you make a vehicle that's shaped like a wedge of cheese, it doesn't fly very well. Look at that thing, man. I actually pushed myself enough to get that whole thing freaking working. It was only for a short window of time before we figured out a bunch of problems with it, but can you believe this? And I did this on a budget too. We did this in the hardcore mission mode save. Look at that thing. Unfreaking believable. I'd back the vehicle up. We'd align it to the lunchbox, and then the transporter erector would just turn the whole thing upright. It's one of the most hardcore things I've ever made, dude. There's it launching again. That's when it slewed off the pad because there was so much potential energy on this launch box. When we released it, it sprang up and it pushed the vehicle sideways. This is me doing test fits with a test article there. With a mass simulator test article. That's the mass sim. Look at that. Crazy, right? Guys, once again, these right here are 5-meter tanks. Those are 5-meter tanks. The fuel farm on this pad is a 5-meter tank. These are Mark III fuselages. Those are the biggest landing gear in the game. Crazy, right? For a while, I had an entire save being run by the SSTO. This thing would just go up, rotate Kerbals off the station, come back down, land, and I'd tow it right back to the pad. You could use it again. Hey, Techlerton, Tier 1 6 months in advance. Thank you. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, see? There it is docked to my space station in the mission mode save. Crazy, right? Look at that thing. Nuts. It's supposed to be the X-33. And guys, here's the thing. When we made this, I tried to make it fly like the X-33, so it does not fly good. That's part of the reason why the shell is made out of panels, so you could make it not fly good. It's really kind of hard to make something not fly in KSP. It's really hard to make something not fly very well in KSP as well, but that's another story. Anyway, Tick, thank you very much for that 6-month sub, dude. I really appreciate it. That stuff really helps me out. And also, it can melt CPUs. Yeah, Ferrum, no, it's Ferrum, yeah, I get it. Yeah, crazy, right? So, this thing is actually very susceptible to side slip. So, long story short, the thing wants to fly kind of like this. It ends up wanting to fly nose kind of offset to the right because you have a huge flat surface like this on either side, literally a wedge of cheese. It actually kind of wants to fly sideways. Yeah, and you have to basically have trim surfaces in there and RCS to basically keep this thing on an even keel, or it'll just spin out of control. Yeah, see? Surprised it only needed 2 KS-25s to get into orbit. We may have beefed up these shuttle engines a little bit. They were overclocked with the CAL controller. Will KSP2 be better in handling crazy part counts? I've heard that it has a entirely ground-up built physics simulation system, Def, that should be able to handle higher part counts. Gotta think about it, dude. They had to do that. Look at some of the ships that you see in KSP, like those interplanetary vessels that you see in the trailers and stuff. Those things, even if it's not a lot of part counts, that's still a big freaking ship. It's gotta be hard on the simulation. Cheater? It's not cheating. What are you talking about? Dude, I don't have a linear aerospike. You see this vehicle, guys? This vehicle was about that close to existing in real life. I'm serious. It's called the X-33. If you haven't heard of it. Lockheed made the X-33, and this thing almost existed in real life. It was very close. 95% completed at the time of cancellation. It's for the usual stupid reasons, if you're wondering. Dude, they even had the propulsion tested. Look at that. We don't have that in KSP. That's an RS-2200. An RS-2200 makes like 3,000 kilonewtons of thrust at like over 400 seconds specific impulse. It is gnarly. So why make an engine design like this? Pushing the flames in on themselves actually make the pushing the flames in on itself like this actually makes the flames kind of converge, and instead of making them converge, instead of like with a regular nozzle where they diverge, is actually way more efficient. You can basically accelerate the flames. Think like if you're into cars, long tube headers on an intake manifold, literally the same idea here. Why did they kill it off and not use it? Well, it got canceled. It got canceled for stupid freaking reasons, Clayton. Yeah, there you go. The engines were working. They were there. Yeah, like I said, pushing the flames at each other actually get them to accelerate faster. You have a much higher exit velocity than just with a regular rocket engine. Now, if you want to learn more about aerospikes, Tim Dodd, Everyday Astronaut on YouTube, has a great video about aerospikes. You know, I know the two questions that people are going to ask. The first question is, well, why don't people use this? The RS-2200 or a linear aerospike engine like this only is really good in an application of an SSTO. Other than that, it really doesn't make a lot of sense. The reason why it's good as an application of an SSTO is because you get good specific impulse. It's very efficient down here. It very efficiently moves the gases around down here and up there. Because no matter what, your flames coming off the back of the vehicle is always coming off in the same way, because the flames are pushing against each other, as opposed to them pushing outward in a convergent divergent rocket nozzle design. So like the hourglass, right? So the aerospike actually, I know Aqualex, I know what it does. I'm trying to be simple with it, dude. So why did the project get canceled? Well, okay, in order to get this thing to work correctly, they needed to come up with a super lightweight design, because you know, with that super lightweight fuel tank design, because you know, with SSTOs, if anybody's ever played Kerbal, you know the freaking problem is that you know, instead of dropping an entire first stage, right? You have to lug that dang first stage up with you the entire time. So Lockheed in the late 90s was looking, Lockheed Martin, I should say, was looking for a way to make lighter fuel tanks to be able to improve mass fraction here, to basically make it so an SSTO was viable. So what they came up with is a carbon composite bilobe tank. Check that out. It's literally two fuel tanks, right, that are kind of conjoined together like this to make like almost like an infinity symbol, or just like an 8 if you look at like the number 8. And the tanks, instead of being like parallel to each other, they're actually in. So at the front of the tank, you have one spherical bulkhead, and then at the back you have two conjoined bulkheads like this. Two conjoined, like, ends, right? This thing was made out of carbon composite in the late 90s. And, okay, here's the nuts part. SSTO, single stage 2 orbit. Here's the crazy part. So, anybody here following SLS? The hydrogen. Hydrogen's a pain in the butt, right? Lockheed Martin was messing with Hydrolox carbon composite bilobe tanks in the late 90s. Clayton, the reason why it got canned is because they had a test article out and it failed. This bilobe design made out of carbon fiber, the technology just wasn't there yet. They were close and they're on the right track, because nowadays carbon composite tanks are kind of the norm. Electron has carbon composite tanks. That thing flies all the time. It's not a bilobe tank, but same idea. Awesome. Anyway, that was a great April Fool's joke. So the reason why it failed is because Lockheed encountered a failure with this brand new prototype tank that nobody had ever made in the past, Clayton, and some bozo in Congress used that as a justification to cancel the project. Some engineer, you can't part clip in real life, guys. Lockheed. Yep. That's part of the reason why on my SSTO, my engines are actually overclocked to be able to make more thrust, because I do have the tanks inside of these things in a bilobe configuration, just like Lockheed did. They're even in the same spots, like down to every last detail. I went and raided NASA's NTRS documents on the X-33 and built something kind of similar to it, right? So the two tanks are kind of bilobe, and then they're both inside of a fairing that's inside of the structure to get the thing to fly correctly, right? And I had to overclock some of these engines to make up for the fact that we have a bunch of useless mass inside, because I literally just clipped two tanks into each other. You can overclock in KSP now? Yeah, Def, you can do it, but be prepared for all the stuff that comes with overclocking rocket engines. You can use this thing called a CAL controller. A CAL controller is a piece of semi-automation that comes stock in the game now, and you can use it to do things. Let me give you an example. Carbon fiber is lighter than aluminum, way lighter. And yeah, if like Clayton, if I have a carbon fiber, container here and an aluminum container that was the exact same volume, exact same width, like the exact same thing. One's made out of carbon fiber and one's made out of aluminum. This one's going to be way lighter, and it's actually stronger than aluminum too. So Def, the CAL controllers can. All right, here, let me show you. Jebstone 4. You can key attributes in the part action window. So you remember action groups, right? Like, first of all, they added more things. They added axis control to action groups. So, yeah, you could do a lot of cool stuff with this. But long story short, so like, if you look at this Clydesdale, so this is in the stock game now. You got a 4-segment SRB. And Audrey, I still haven't forgotten about the booster conversation. I will have that with you in a moment. You asked what the boosters are going to look like. I think that was Audrey, at least. We're getting to it. I haven't figured it out yet, but I do have some cool ideas. So you can key in the thrust limiter, and you can change it. So on Jebstone 4, I used a CAL controller in here. Where is it? Where are you? Cal? Hello? Hello? There should be a CAL controller in here. Long story short, here, check this out. I'll just show you real quick. So if you open up the CAL controller editor, right, you go into your action groups, right? And if I click on this thing, click on the CAL controller, I can bind the thrust limiter I can bind the thrust limiter of this thing to the cow controller. And if I set this for more or less the burn time of the Clydesdale is 90 seconds. You set it for 90 seconds. I can say when the booster activates, if I bind booster activation and cow controller play, right, to launch, you can create an SRB that will tail off in thrust, just like the real ones. Guys, real SRBs do this. The reason why real SRBs do this, or how you can program them, basically. SRBs are programmable, but it's analog programming with a solid rocket booster in real life. How you physically pack the propellants inside of a solid rocket booster will denote a different thrust curve over time. True story. There's progressive thrust controllers. Progressive is basically what's in Kerbal for the most part, because when you get up out of the atmosphere, you see a thrust increase because of ambient pressure drop, right? But if you were firing the SRBs down here, you'd get a linear thrust curve. Linear flat, like that. Or you could do something like the space shuttle. The space shuttle does something like this. It's a regressive thrust curve. But here's the thing about the shuttle boosters. Space shuttle boosters, and coincidentally SLS, are segmented boosters. They're segmented. You know, they're connected with O-rings. Yes, those O-rings. Don't worry, the O-rings nowadays are a little stronger than they were back in the day. They learned that one the hard way. They're segmented SRBs. In real life, when you're using, the benefits of using a segmented SRB is that you can pack each segment slightly differently. And you could get the first 50 seconds of the SRB with a progressive thrust curve. And then you could get the second 30 seconds with a regressive thrust curve. And then you could get the third 30 seconds with another progressive thrust curve. And then you could get the fourth 30 seconds with a regressive thrust curve. So you can make the thrust curve go up, throttle down for max Q, throttle back up, and then tail off. That's literally what the shuttle boosters do. The shuttle boosters do have throttle ability. Not in real time, though. It's programmable. Analog programming. Literally how you physically, not literally, how you physically pack the SRB propellants, or what's called grain, inside of the SRB. We can emulate this. We can emulate it in Kerbal with a cow controller. By using a cow controller and having it animate over a 90-second curve, I can get this thing to tail off in thrust, just like the real ones. And why am I even talking to you guys about this? I want to do that with Collins. Yep. There you go, Crash. You got it right there. See? We can do that with Collins. We can program them. Just like you can in real life. Literally literal. Yep. See? So, you have progressive here. And then you have a regressive thrust curve for max Q. And then you ramp up thrust around 73 seconds, 70 seconds. Shuttle gets the go at throttle up call. The SRBs are already ramping back up with thrust. And then they increase thrust back up to 100% rated on the RS-25s when the SRBs hit peak right there after they've gone through max Q. And then the SRBs slowly tail off in thrust over time. And then they do what's called a tail off down here. This right here, so you might hear this, you know, if you go watch old shuttle footage, thrust tailing off and SRBs standing by for separation. That's your tail off. It's not trail off. That's wrong. Tail off. That's tail off thrust right there. See? So the SRBs slowly ramp down in thrust in preparation for staging. I want to do this with solids. We've got to figure out a way to do it. And this leads me to what I was talking about before. Rocket Guy and I were kind of compounding some numbers the other day. Before I decided to rebuild, or actually that was the day I decided to rebuild the shuttle. There's no single SRB that's strong enough to be able to move an orbiter of this size and mass in Kerbal. So we might... It's a pathway. It's a possibility. And I'm not confirming anything. we might end up with a shuttle stack that has 4 SRBs attached to it. Because 4 Clydesdales pretty much gives me the liftoff thrust that I'm looking for. But I need to do more research on it. But that's next week's project. This week's project is finishing the orbiter. Time to play Powerball. Yep. You can even bind the cal to play throttle so you can actually manually control your throttle SRB in flight. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you could do that, Rocket Guy, if you bind it to throttle. Yeah, I never really thought about that. Yeah. A cross between shuttle and Energia. Yeah, Audrey, but it's not... I didn't do it for the sake of making it look like the shuttle and Energia. We might have to do it because engineering. I might have to. I might not have a choice. I'm sorry, there's just no booster that's powerful. There's no solid in stock KSP that's powerful enough to be able to move an orbiter of this size. Either that or my original Collins numbers are completely off for how we made CTS-NG. They could be completely off. So, we'll find out. So, I know a lot of you guys went to bed before I finished the stream last night, so let me bring you up to speed. We started working on the next generation shuttle. A lot of you guys yesterday saw me build this thing out, build out the tessellated triangle nose for the shuttle. And I was having trouble kind of bridging the strake shape. So what I did towards the end of the stream was, instead of trying to sit there and brute force myself to solve this problem, I started working on other parts of the shuttle. I started taking off parts that I wanted from this thing and started putting them on here. And what we're going to do is, you know, we have the parts that we're looking for. We just have to... I know there's some hierarchy Kraken bait in here that we have to fix. If only tweak scale was stock. I don't need the size, the physical size of the booster changed, Aqualex. We just got to find a way to pack those suckers with more grain, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Def. Thanks for the resub, man. It's good to see the old faces around, dude. Part of the reason why I wanted to go back and rebuild Collins old school is because I saw a lot of old familiar faces during that KSP2 release day. KSP2 trailer release day. Trailer release day. So, what I did was I started taking the parts off of the last generation of Collins here, and I started putting them on here, just to kind of flesh out more of what we want here. QCL volume is threats. I mean, actually, Aqualex, the thing we need to be able to key is more SRB propellant. Are you preparing for the viewer jump during KSP2 release? No, not necessarily, Hillness. Seeing all those familiar faces from back in the day, and I'm not saying the present company, you know, is not familiar faces, but dude, like, okay, Def, I don't mean to single you out, right? I haven't seen Def in probably about 5 years. But Def watched the stream on the regular in like 2014, 2015, 2016. And you know, that's like one of the coolest things about streaming. And if you've streamed for a long time, you know where I'm coming from. It's cool seeing old viewers come back. It's so ridiculously endearing to know that I made enough of an impression with what I do that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years down the road, viewers come back and they say hi, even if it's for a second. That really makes me happy. That right there is one of the most endearing things as a streamer, you know? A lot of things, Audrey. I'm changing a lot of things. This thing has Kraken bait all over it. It was designed to be a fully reintegratable shuttle. But I've since learned about what really entails Kraken bait and what really doesn't from this. And I've noticed that my NG shuttle, while a good idea, while a good design, will struggle when you start introducing it into bigger part hierarchies, and I know that for a fact. If we had ended up docking this to a big space station, no, I'm not building a launch pad for it. Don't get confused. Bigger hierarchies can be in space too, as well on the ground. There's Kraken bait all over the thing. How the thing is put together is like with the SSTO. I had problems with the SSTO not playing nice with the pad, right? That's because of certain ways I designed things in here, certain ways I attached things, certain auto struts. Yeah, the NG shuttle has a bunch of Kraken bait in it, and it needs to be redesigned. Honestly, man, out of my follow list, you're the one I enjoyed watching the most. You helped me greatly in the first 300 hours of KSP. Right on. Mind Drive, EJ, I've been watching it for like a decade, man. I know, man, I know. I remember watching you ages ago, and still seeing you do KSP is somehow super comforting, especially seeing you going back to the shuttle. Thanks, Finny. Yeah, I don't know, Finn, I don't know you. That's the other cool thing, knowing there's people out there that I've never talked to that know who I, like, you guys have been watching all this time. I don't even know who you are. I love meeting viewers that, like, lurk. That's cool. Like, don't get me wrong, this isn't an invitation. Lurkers, I'm not calling you out. You could just keep on lurking. It's all good. That's really cool, though. It's cool to know that there's been people that have been along for me for this ride that I've been on for like a decade that I don't even know. That's really cool. It's very, very interesting ride. No, you summoned us. Now pay for your sins. Repost so you don't have to scroll. You basically encapsulate my entire existence on Twitch. I've been here the whole time on this platform. Cool. Terosa's huge lurker. Right on, dude. Terosa's, I've never seen you in chat before, dude, and you know how good I am at keeping up with that. I mean, now you outed yourself. I know you now. Terosa's the lurker, you know. I mean, I did change my name, but it wasn't active enough in chat, if anybody remembers. I was Mate Finn, by the way. Vaguely remember it, Finny. Mate Finn. Your name had a capital M and a capital F, and it did have the underscore in it, and you're dude, I don't know why the hell I remember this. You had blue. Your name was blue. Hey, Xerax. What's up, man? Yeah, Lucky, I see you in here from time to time. I don't know why the heck I remember that. I could say with like 99% confidence that, yeah, Matefin was your old name and you had blue text. Yep. Excuse me, but how? Also, I was green. No. Okay, it was blue on my end. It was blue on my end. I know that for a fact. Osteodontoratic. That's not enough years, only posted a few times. I just lurk. Right on, dudes. Well, keep on lurking, okay? It's all good. Thank you. Yeah. So, I want to just go back to playing KSP the way I played Circuit 2014. You know, but with all the modern building stuff. So, like, instead of focusing on building crazy stuff like a launch pad, we'll build space stations. We'll build crazy launch pad space stations. And then I'll use the shuttle to build it in space. Deal? Deal. Let's go. Are you staying up for the Starlink launch? We'll go all the way to the Starlink launch, yep. Yep. I switched to green, but I don't know, Finny. I don't make it a thing to recall that information. It just sticks. I don't know why. I don't know how. Maybe it's because I'm looking at chat all day, right? Seriously, it does screw with me when people change the colors, and now that I said that, a lot of people in chat are going to change the color on their name, and it's really going to confuse me, and then those same people get surprised when I don't remember who they are because they changed the color. That screws with me. Like, don't get me wrong, if you want to make a funny at the streamer's expense, I don't really care. Like, joke's on you, I won't remember you. Okay. When did you decide to play with mods? Like a month ago, Space Button? I'm still using mostly stock KSP. It's just, I have some visual mods that make Kerbal not look like it's a decade old. And Maven, I don't know. I have no idea how I remember that stuff, dude. I don't make it a thing. What I do make a thing is just reminder to have conversations with people. Actually talk to people. Something as a streamer that you have to constantly remind yourself of. And I'm guilty of this. There's a person on the other end of that keyboard. Like, I'm not just talking to text. Sometimes it's really easy to get too big for your britches, man. It's really easy to forget that. You got to remember, there's a person on the other side of that. Like, I know it seems like, well, no crap, EJ. It's a hard thing to do when you're streaming. To just understand that everybody talking in this chat is a person typing on a keyboard or a phone or whatever. Negative, I am a meat popsicle. Well, yeah, I knew that already. Like, you got to remember that you're talking to somebody. And that sounds really stupid. But I see streamers make that mistake more often than not. You ever said something to a streamer and they didn't get what you were saying? This happens all the time with me. Like I said, I try to get better at it, but it's hard. It's tough to do. Yeah, there you go, Aqualix, right? Yeah. I don't know, Phoenix. I put this here as kind of a placeholder to help me get ideas, you know? Nice. But yeah, we'll get to it. But anyway, yeah. Colors are help me remember. I don't make it a thing to do that, but that's just kind of how it happens. Oh, it's far from stupid. It has to do with a lot of anything text-based. Yeah, no, you got to remember you're talking to a person. That's really, really important to understand. All right, I wanted to move that back just a tick. Actually, yeah, just move it back just a tick. Like, no, that's too far. All right, that's fine. Okay, fine. Yeah, we nailed that shape. I think we got this dialed in, and I think we got the strake dialed in very, very nicely. Also, another thing that I did, guys, was I put 2 huge flat flags back here, and I used that to cover up the Mark III end plate, the Mark III engine mount, which I thought was actually a really cool thing to do. I might do a little more with that in the future, and maybe we'll make a better looking body flap other than just 2 control surfaces that deploy down like that. And I know what people are going to say. Don't the flags generate drag? Oh yeah, they generate a ton of drag. Yeah, absolutely. The shuttle generates a lot of drag right here in real life too, so that's okay. Having the plane have a flat back is going to generate insane amounts of drag, kind of like a bullet almost. Kind of like bullet. But yeah, see the difference here? With this, I used a bunch of panels to kind of squeeze in the gap, but you know, but I covered up the Mark III mount, and now we have just a flat back to the shuttle. I gotta modify some things back here to get it right, but anyway. Phoenix, what do you think I should do here? I'm still kind of... This isn't really like 100% in my head, you know what I mean? Get rid of that damn Kraken bait. I'm not 100% on how we're gonna make the shape here. I think I can say pretty reasonably that we're gonna get rid of that segment right there and we're gonna make it more rounded. Hey Hip, what's going on? IMO, add the tiles back at least on the edges, it will make it a lot easier. Yeah, Space. I like kind of the tessellation that we were doing with the tiles there yesterday.
Discovery,
the thing is, I'm just worried about this thing becoming way too many parts. That's kind of my fear. The old shuttle is 371 parts with robotic arm and a payload in there. With all the attachment mechanisms. So I'm kind of worried. We're at 150. Actually, I think it's like 190 with what we have here already. That leaves us, what? 170 parts? Actually, let me see where we're at right now. Let me hit save. 681. Get rid of that. Yeah, see? With all the stuff that I added last night, we're at 247 already. So I really only have the budget for maybe another 100 parts. Well, actually, it's more like 130, but see what I'm talking about? Gotta be careful here, man. Because I still have to add a lot of struts to hold the whole tile mechanism together up at the front. Yeah, Finny, yeah, that's right. Remember how many parts the early Collins models were, though? Yeah, don't get me wrong. My 2014 EJ would have said part count be damned. And, guys, to be 100% honest, I want to go back to doing that, part count be damned. But I don't want to do it with the, I don't want to do it with the shuttle. If you're picking up what I'm laying down. I don't want to do that with the space shuttle. I want the space shuttle to be a reasonable amount of parts, so I can use it to make gigantic, ridiculous, high part count space stations and spaceships in space. Make sense? We have a 5-year-old Twitch baby. His eyes have 60 months. Just let that. Sometimes you just gotta let that sink in, man. What's the max decent playable part count? With this new chat, actually pulled the resources and bought me a computer in 2017. Def. with the rig that I'm running right now, and don't get me wrong, I still can't believe they did that. It was a really awesome thing to do. We can get up to 2,000 parts before it starts to get really unbearable. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, it's laggy at 2,000 parts. 2,000 parts is... yeah. Def, I'd say 2,000 parts is about the lag that you would have encountered with the first Collins that I ever made, where it was like 900 parts and it took 45 minutes to get into space. Yeah. 2,000 to 2,500 parts is about that performance now. So dude, there's a lot of leeway. We could build some pretty crazy stuff, but I don't want a 700 part shuttle, and I don't want a 1,000 part shuttle stack. If I can get the entire shuttle stack to like 500 parts, maybe 600 parts. I'd say 600 like at the maximum, right, for the stack, and then with payload maybe like 600-700 somewhere in there. That'd be perfect. Planning to upgrade for KSP 2. I don't know, maybe. It depends. I need some system specs. I mean, yeah, guys, I'm not against doing some automated kRPC stuff with Collins. That would be actually really cool. But yeah, I really want to, yeah, I'm not against it, but I really want to, what's the word? Just play Kerbal old school for a little while. Anyway, guys, I'm having trouble dialing into the shuttle, so. Yeah, Chief, that's right. That's a great shuttle model. You know, we'll keep that up for reference, dude. Alright, get rid of that. Alright, let's get into it, guys. I've done enough talking. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. We need to get rid of that, get rid of that. So I have the cutaway Smithsonian 3D scan that we can use for reference, and Crash, I have that model, which is just, oh, that's, I'm not having builder's block, Weed. I'm just gotta dial myself in, dude. That's all. Like right now, I'm in Q&A mode. I don't want to be in Q&A mode. Let's get into shuttle building mode. Just give me a second. Sometimes, dude, sometimes I gotta start the stream talking about space, and it kind of gets me into the right mindset. Sometimes shifting into the right mindset from that is a little bit difficult. That's honestly the reason why I've been starting at 11, so we can get all the talking out of the way, and I can just bust stuff out like what I did yesterday. Dude, we worked on it for 11 hours straight, and dude, we're gonna do it again today. It's a great shuttle model. Really, really nice. Wow. The Nomex is a little strange, but that's pretty damn good, man. We just gotta get... Yeah, the Nomex blankets are a little weird. They don't have that crease around the edge. It's not as defined. But other than, I mean, God, I'm not saying I could do better. Really. This is way better. This is way out of my league, even for 3D modeling. Yeah. I need to work on this edge right here. That's what's throwing me for a curveball. Yeah, Def, for sure. All right, let's try this one right here. I like the 3D scan model. See this right here? See that shape? That's gonna be a tough shape to make. But we kind of already got the top. I need to build out the strakes today. We have to finish that. This is the most detailed shuttle model I've ever seen. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna pick that up as reference as well. Let's put that here. Albin Merle. Yeah, this right here is the best shuttle model I've seen, Lenprod, ever. The videos that the guy did was unbelievable. I mean, this looks like the 3D scan model. It looks like that. That's how good it is. This is a, like, super high fidelity replica of the shuttle. Believe it or not, the KSP mod pack dudes that I wanted to, what became the KSP mod pack, this is what I wanted to do. I want to just make a high-res shuttle just for the sake of making a high-res shuttle. But, yeah, we ended up never doing that. Dude, look at it. Unbelievable. That is exact. As somebody that's poked their head into shuttle's nose landing gear bay a couple of times, that's pretty damn close. Scobie, Def. Yeah, Scobie and Grissom, dude. Grissom was the passenger variant. Scobie was the cargo variant, dude. Holy balls, that model is unbelievable. See how the Nomex isn't as defined on the outsides? This guy, Albin, got it right. That's how the Nomex looks. It's not super defined like this, but I mean, both of these are still great models, but Albin's is like a hand grenade. Ah, making some gear right there, huh? Yeah, that's actually perfect. Let me use this. All right. The first thing I'm gonna attempt that I want to try today is I'm gonna try to do this out of wings, like the orbiter above. Let's see if we can make it out of wings. We kind of proved that you could definitely do it with tiles, for sure. With the panels, but once again, a little bit worried about part count, dudes. Yeah, that's not going to get us the exact right angle. Flags won't be able to take the heat, I don't think, yes. Serious, I'm actually would be curious to see if it can. Even then, flags aren't really, none of the flags are the right shape that I'm really looking for, man. We got to make this kind of compound curve thing. This part of the shuttle ends up looking like kind of like a helix or something. What's the heat limit on the flags? I don't know. It's 2,000. I mean, it's no different than a panel, but yeah, I'm not sure I want to do that, dude. That certainly could be useful, that's for sure. Let's get rid of that. That ain't bad. What's the current decision being made? I'm just kind of figuring out what I want to do with these strakes. This is where I'm getting hung up. Once I get the strakes figured out, then we could finish the rest of the wings, and then we can go about outfitting all these systems back here. Let me get rid of that too, just so I can see this a little bit better. One of these days, I'd love to see you roll out one of every shuttle revision and have them side by side. Some of them I can't fly because those parts aren't in the game, Phoenix, but I do understand what you're saying. Yeah, me too, S. It's a pretty good game. What other game can you do this, man? Right? The worst part about returning to KSP after many years is remembering the keybinds. Dude, it's muscle memory for me. If people ask me what the controls are, I don't know. I don't know what the controls are. It's muscle memory. I think sometimes, the other day somebody asked me what toggle snap is, and now because they asked me and I went and looked it up, I remember it's C. And then X is symmetry rate, and then R is change symmetry type. But those controls, I don't remember. Will KSP2 have accurate space shuttles? I don't know. I'll make it have accurate space shuttles. Linus? I'm waiting for KSP2 to try your hand at it. That's fair. Yeah, 1D, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, RJ, I'm taking my time. You don't see much progress in visually here, right? But yeah, this part on the outside, so I'm taking into account a lot of different things. It's not just how it looks. You got to put wings and stuff in the right spots. You have to generate lift in the right spots. If you don't generate lift in the right spots, the thing ain't gonna fly right in stock. And yeah, we got to make sure that does that. That's kind of important. Excuse me. All right, so let's do this. Let me go in here like this. That piece there. Let me just shore up some of these here. Were you going to make fold-out doors for the landing gear? Oh, I don't know, man. Perhaps. I don't think I'm going to make the front, the fold-out door in the front. The landing gear might just come through the fuselage like it always has. Making doors like that, RJ, would be. Let's take that on our list, on our priorities list, and we'll put that at the very end. That would be. I would do it if we had the part count. That would be really freaking cool to do. I'm recreating the space shuttle 1D, the American space shuttle. The reason why I'm doing it is, don't get me wrong, I've made my own vehicles in the past. The reason why I'm doing it is because this is what made the stream super popular about 8 or 9 years ago. I was using the space shuttle, and I used it to make crazy stuff. I wish the screenshots aren't on this computer, but they are around. I do have them. Yeah, this is, I wanted to go back to kind of my roots to send off KSP 1 correctly before KSP 2 comes out. That's what made the stream popular back in the day, me doing shuttle missions, you know? How many parts till the game gets angry? It depends on your system. It depends on your computer. With this computer, guys, I can do about 2,000 in scene, and it does get laggy. 2,000 parts in scene is about 1 second for a half second of in-game time. So it's running at 50% simulation speed, give or take. Can the shuttle reach the moon? In real life or in this? In Kerbal, I could make this thing get out to the moon, yeah. But in real life, no. No. The shuttle can go to about where the ISS is, or about where Hubble is, and that's about it. Yep. I don't know if version, it depends on the version. Touché. Yeah, RT. Yeah, I remember that. That needs to go up. It needs to be right there. That's right. That's where that thing needs to stay. Have you seen the new RS-25 plume? Yeah, I have. Just got fired for this job. Dude, how do you get canned so much, public? Jesus, man. Hey, Tessa. What's going on? You've been canned from like 3 jobs in the past 2 years, dude. How do you... That takes talent. How do you keep doing that? What's the mission mode save looking like? Is it still the same one with the museum on the island? Phoenix, I started actually mission mode 2 rules. You weren't here for that. Mission mode 2 rules are pretty crazy. And I started a new mission mode save during the pandemic. Have you ever attempted a polar orbit once around shuttle mission? Hard to do in this game, Scary. You need to have insane cross-range capability to be able to get it done right. Kerbal is small, dude. It's small compared to Earth. You are way further down range when you come back in than you would be if they were trying to land at Vandenberg after a once around. I lost 3 jobs in 2 years. That's not a problem. I guess. Just ask your boss if they've ever been to a Turkish prison. right. Hey Ozzy, what's up, man? Hey Edokin, sorry if this is a frequently asked question of sorts. Why are you going to rebuild from scratch versus updated the previous? This is pretty much an update from the previous Edokin. I'm changing a lot of things, but I'm reusing a lot of similar parts from the old shuttle design. The reason why I don't want to do this is because this thing's cracking bait. It's cracking bait. Not necessarily flying by itself. That's the best shuttle I've ever made in terms of how it flies. I've never made a shuttle that flies more like the actual shuttle in game. Ever. That one is about as good as you can do in terms of flight characteristics. For me, at least. I'm sure someone has made a better one. However, we never ever tested CTSNG working in a large capacity. My testing for CTSNG originally was going to be the pad that I built for it, because remember, CTSNG was designed to be fully reusable. Reuse it, you know, you have a pad, you go reintegrate the shuttle after every launch, right? Now don't get me wrong, CTS5, which is the next generation, I'll still build with all the integratable stuff in it, and that is stuff that I'm carrying over, right? I'll still do that, sure. But I'm not going to build a pad for this one. Where this thing ends up being Kraken bait is because it's never been tested being docked to like a 1,000-part space station or a 1,000-part launch pad, for instance. See what I'm talking about? It's never been docked to any of that. And there's root part auto struts all over this thing, and heaviest part auto struts all over this thing to hold the shuttle together. And I'm not going to, I'll spare you the details. Long story short, having root part at the end of a long chain of parts like this is a very bad idea. It's a great way to break the game. Option for a nuclear tug. Inside of the payload bay, sure. I tried to do good by the city, and then they threw me under the bus. The city told their employees to lie on their timesheets, which is a felony. And when I brought it to their attention to their contractor, so not as to not make a small thing big, it blew up and got to the state director, and boom, off I go. Normally it would just gone under, but because they are in a response, it was easier for them to just get rid of you. Getting fired for doing the right thing. The irony. I'm really happy I don't have a boss. That's a little silly, but whatever. I'm gonna hold my tongue on that one. Incompetency rises to the top, Aqualex. Happens all the time. You were offered a resignation. Good times. That's great. Anyway. So the wing, making the underside of this with wing strakes would not be the worst idea, because I can do with 4 parts what would take probably about 100 panels on either side. But the panels do look really nice. But we don't want to go too crazy with it, man. The part count has to stay right with this thing. is that going to get us? No. It's 687, but I have the other shuttle up above me here. Basically, at this point, I just want to graft the nose and the strakes that we have onto this other shuttle chassis, guys. That's honestly the best way to do this. Yeah. So it's not 100% scratch built, I'll be honest with you. It's not, that's not exactly right. But right now, this is at, hang on, 254 already. This whole shuttle up here, right? So we had 687. 687 minus 254. The other shuttle... Oh, the other shuttle with payload and robotic arm is 433. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're not too bad. That's not the worst. So if it's not from scratch, are you trying to optimize it? No, I'm just sitting here and making a new shuttle because it's superfluous and I want to make a new shuttle. Yeah, dude. I don't know how many times I need to say this. That it's okay, Bronny. You could have missed it. I'm not expecting you to be attentive like 24/7 of this 11-hour freaking stream. This has Kraken bait in it, dude. It will not work. There's Kraken bait all over the place in the form of auto struts. The hierarchy on that shuttle is terrible. It's a hierarchy optimization amongst anything else. And if I am going to do a hierarchy optimization, it involves taking all this stuff apart anyway and re-engineering it to work in a better fashion. So what I'm trying to do is, if I'm going to do that, I might as well optimize a couple of other things here and there. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, I missed that part. Sorry. No need to apologize. No need to apologize. It's all good, man. Yeah. People don't just ask the same question to get the same answer. Like, I explained it probably like 10 minutes ago, but it's all good, man. You obviously weren't here. It's no problem. I'm saying that so I can remember that, bro handy. I'm not trying, like, honestly, I'm not trying to say it to be a dick. I'm trying to say that to constantly remind myself that I might have to explain something 100 or 150 times per stream, which is fine. Dude, it's okay. That's okay. I gotta remember that, you know? All good? Yeah. This is Kraken bait up here, dude. It's a good shuttle. It flies great by itself, but I really don't think it's gonna work too well with a larger station. Like if I make a big space station with it, like something ISS like or Space Station Freedom like, I don't think that's gonna work too well. You know, and a lot of the Kraken bait that I found with this design is right up around the nose, so I redesigned the nose. The rest of the shuttle is okay, but I don't really like how all this equipment goes together. And if you want to really kind of understand what I'm talking about here, a viewer, bro handy, check this out. Theix made this yesterday. I will load this exact craft file into this, and it is a visualization of the hierarchy, the stuff that I'm talking about. So the old shuttle is up there. You see how there's strings of stuff that kind of looks like there's 2 or 3 nodes kind of on top of each other like that, and it doesn't look very concurrent, like, not concurrent. It doesn't look as crisp as this hierarchy. See this? This is clearly recognizable. You can absolutely see what the different parts are here. You see how straightforward the new design is, the new panel design that I went with? See how concise that is? That's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. The other shuttle, if we lower the scale a little bit, the other shuttle, look at that. It looks like DNA strands here. See how, like, imprecise this is? It's not nearly as succinct as down there. That's what I'm talking about. You know, I always preach on about KSP building techniques and whatnot. Yeah, that's what I mean. You want nice, clean strands of hierarchy like that. It needs to be nice and well defined. You get stuff like this, 4 or 5 parts rooting on one part like that. This is Kraken bait. Now, don't get me wrong. You could probably launch a shuttle 1,000 times. It wouldn't be an issue. But, for instance, if you look, this is how the aft segment is put together. I copied that segment over here, but I took some parts off to clean it. See the difference here? See what I'm talking about? See how that one is just a straight L? And how this one up here is like 1, 2, 3, 4. It has all this crap all over the place. Do those back ends look that much different? Nope. Little stuff like that. Hierarchical optimization to make sure that you don't get Kraken bait is what I'm going for right now. Years of KSP and I never heard of part hierarchy before this guy. Yeah, Mr. Newts, it's not something that you dude, like, look, what I'm talking about is a pretty damn advanced KSP building. Like, and I'm not saying like, oh, I'm super advanced KSP builder over here. No, if you want to get to building complicated and crazy stuff, like big space stations, or I don't know, build your own VAB where you integrate your own rockets and launch them, right? You want to do stuff like this, you really have to understand how Kerbal, how stuff goes together in KSP. If you don't, you're basically confining yourself to building cool landers and planting flags everywhere. You want to do that, or do we want to make launch pads? You want to make reusable service structures, VABs in Kerbal. You want to make tow trucks work correctly, light towers, all the like the crazy advanced KSP building stuff is a really good way. Like, you want to do nuts stuff in KSP, build big, ridiculous vehicles and stuff. Understanding the hierarchy is really, really important. It's really more for advanced. This is more of an advanced thing, dude. Yeah, this is more like, I've gone everywhere in the solar system and I want to do crazy stuff. So like this program that I have here, see that thing that says DART on the side? Now, don't get me wrong, I ended up canceling this thing because that thing ended up getting Jeb killed in another save. That's a reusable shuttle. And when I say reusable, I mean the thing ended up landing back down on the runway, right? And I would tow the thing right back over to the launch pad and we could stack it on a new rocket. See? I made brackets to be able to pick the thing up, take it vertical, pick it up, and stack it on a rocket. I made my own VAB in stock Kerbal. See? See, I could pick the boosters up off of the trailer, pick them up and place them down. I had service gantries just like the real thing. And we did all that on... This is what I mean. You need to know hierarchy if you're going to do crazy stuff like this. How would you refuel the VAB? Fuel truck, dude. Yeah, just a fuel truck. We had to engineer fueling umbilicals, right? A specialized way to attach the truck to the pad. So if you attach the truck to the pad, it doesn't blow up. Yeah, see? There's DART being integrated onto a stack right there. See? There's the whole complex. I had a processing facility that had these things just chilling in it. See? This is the kind of stuff I do, man. This is the kind of stuff I enjoy. My service structures moved on landing gear. So the landing gear would deploy, the thing would raise up, and I would use a truck to push it back and forth, to roll it around. And then I used, somebody asked a little bit earlier, can you make a train in KSP? Can you make rails? Yeah, sure. Now, the landing gear didn't ride on the rails. I had bump stops on either side of the service structure so they could roll. These things would just guide them down the rails. This guy made Shadow Zone Matt Lone. Yeah, Mr. Newts, I know Shadow and Shadow Zone and Matt. I've met Shadow Zone in real life, dude. Yeah, good dude. Shadow Zone's cool. And Matt is cool too. But yeah, I get a little nutty with how I play KSP. And dude, like, you get 15,000 hours in to building nutso stuff like this. Like, see there, I'm just picking up a stage. Right? You get 15,000 hours in here. Oh yeah, that was sick. The thing took off and it damaged a part of the pad, so it looked like there were flames coming out. That's why I took the picture. Yeah, Kerbals actually are really strong at pushing things, Ozzy. That's right. Yeah, see? Pick the dang thing up, put it right back on the pad. I would love to keep doing this, but I want to take what I've learned here and do this like on the moon or something, or use it to build a space station or whatever. Yeah, there's Dart. Dart was supposed to be like a dream chaser type thing. I just didn't have enough time to dial it in before it killed somebody. Yeah, there it is doing a pad escape. You can see I have old first stages and integration vehicles down there. That was another day. And dude, I was doing this kind of stuff before robotics were even in the game. I did make a full-size or a 2-scale replica of Pad 39A and made a Falcon 9 to launch on it, if that's like, you know, if that catches your fancy. Crew access tower, fixed service structure. It is an exact mechanical copy of the pad, but yeah, even with the HIF, I was integrating stacks. And then the transporter erector rolled on landing gear, and I rolled it back to the pad just like SpaceX would do. I even copied the way they put the booster together with the brackets and everything. It took a lot of time. But yeah, I was doing this kind of stuff even before. I was doing this kind of stuff even before robotics were in the game. We figured out ways to make cranes and stuff. Let's see if I can find it. And when, you know, like, honestly, like, mister, when you put something together that's like 2,000 parts, how it goes together really freaking matters. It's like building a skyscraper. If you don't get the foundation on your skyscraper right, the higher and higher you build, the worse it's gonna get, right? So, yeah, just, you know, make sure that, you know, you're talking about hierarchy and Kraken bait and stuff. Like, you want to build cranes on other planets to make reusable landers on Minmus? Yeah, this is the kind of stuff you need to learn. I'm trying to find the pictures of pre-robotics here. They should be around here somewhere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. Here we are. So one time, and this is the last thing I'll say before I get back to work. So I wanted to test my old space shuttle. I wanted to fly it around and make sure it flew correctly. That was when I started building NG, the current orbiter that we're basing our design off of. Hey, Mr. Newts, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thanks, dude. So that's when I actually started building the orbiter that we're working on right now, which is kind of nuts. So there's the shuttle. There's the space station. There's a capsule. There's the recovery vessel. I made an A-frame on a ship to pick it up out of the water making my own hinges and whatnot. I'm trying to find I thought I saw the pictures in here. Maybe they're backwards. Ah, see, we're going to rebuild Crippen Station, guys. We're going to do that. It's going to be awesome. I thought I saw them here. Yeah, that was a replica of 39A that I made in like 2017, 2018. This has no robotics. There's no robotics on this pad at all. This is before the robotics were in the game. And I built that stack over on that gantry crane and then rolled it up to the pad and then turned it with a rocket engine on the end of the transporter erector to turn it upright. You're looking at it. Grab shark. Yeah, see, there it is. I'm trying to find... Yeah, see, made stock landing legs in KSP. Before robotics were in the game. Landing first stages, recovering them, and there's a... Well, that's another story. We even made robotic arms before there were robotics in KSP. I used the probe core as a ball and socket and would undock each section of the arm, and you could move it around. We made helicopters before helicopter blades were in the game by making a hinge for a decoupler and then shooting jet engines at the decoupler to get it to spin wings around. Yeah. Cargo planes, helicopters, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm trying to find the... That's what I mean by Kraken bait. You don't build the hierarchy right. You drive up to your pad when you get close to it. That happens. First time I remember seeing you were building a structure for stacking rockets, I was like, what? That's awesome. I love building integration equipment, Way. Cranes make the world go round. Yeah, that's when I put 2 of them next to each other. Yeah. And we took some really cool pictures of the twin pad complex that we made. That was really difficult. You could feel the FPS, yeah. That sucked. Let me see if I can find the integration pictures. Where are they? I wanted to show the time I made the mate-demate device before robotics were in the game. I made an MDD to be able to lift my space shuttle up on the 747. Oh, that's a crane that we made, pre-robotics. A loofing crane. Damn fly. There's proto-wing tessellation. BCR. Made the Donager feel like the Expanse. T-38, F-104, Eurofighter. Filthy Martian. It's not my fault. It's not my fault you guys suck. There's a U-2. Where the heck is it? That's when we airdropped the first stage out of the back of a cargo plane. That's the K5. Big cargo plane. And that's after it crashed. Dang, where's that footage, man? I can't remember where it ended up. Where are those pictures? I thought they were in here. I could have sworn they were. I found literally everything else. Oh, there they are. I got them right here. So don't worry about that picture. So I wanted to do this, but I wanted to make it so I could pick the shuttle up off of the 747 and put it back on it if I need to, because I wanted to do approach and landing tests, right? I do, Sneaky. So we made a mate-demate device. We made a crane out of air brakes. Air brakes actually push a probe core up these tubes, right? And the probe core is attached on a strut down to this hinge that we made out of spectrometers and RCS. And we actually lifted the shuttle up. There's the mate-demate device. You just deploy each air brake in sequence, and it'll pick the bracket up. And then when we were stowing the bracket, we used the expandable docking ports to dock the whole thing back together. If you look at the bracket, see those cubic octags right there and see the docking ports? They're designed to pick up on that. And they're designed to attach to those docking ports. See them? Pretty cool, huh? That's what those things are on the side of CTS-NG, if you were ever wondering. So I have a shuttle transporter. I have the shuttle 747 with CTS-NG on it. That's the shuttle we have right now, or the shuttle I'm working on. And could have sworn they were. There we go. Yeah. So this is pre-robotics. There's no robotics here. So I picked up the shuttle on that bracket that I'm telling you guys about. Rolled the 747 underneath it. Had alignment air brakes on the sides right here to make sure the 747 was lined up right over the shuttle, and then I put the shuttle down on the 747. And then we flew around with the thing captive on the 747, came back down, landed it, and then I took the shuttle off and we moved this thing to the runway. Then we picked the shuttle up again, put the 747 underneath it, dropped the thing down onto it, put crew on it, and then did approach and landing tests. I let go of the shuttle mid-flight, flew it down to make sure that it could land, and then had the 747 kind of just go on autopilot. I trimmed it out to just fly straight, and then retook control when the shuttle stopped, and then landed it right next to the shuttle. And then I rolled the shuttle with the, I forget how I pushed it back over there. I think I just put this thing behind it and just drove behind it and pushed the damn thing. And then I used that thing to push it back into position, dropped the bracket back on it, docked it to it, picked the dang thing up, took 2 other pilots, put them on, dropped it back onto the 747. And then did the approach and landing tests again. And then got both of them back again. And then I picked up the shuttle a 3rd time and put it on the transport vehicle. I did this with no reverting. No reverting, no quick loading. I did it in 1 shot. 1 shot. That's the old shuttle. See what I'm talking about? This is the kind of stuff I do. We could do these tests again soon, if we want to. It'd be fun. I don't want to get too hung up on building a mate-demate device, but yeah, that's CTS-NG. That's this shuttle up here. I'm replacing it with a more updated version of it down here that's less susceptible to blow up. Joystick is better for handy. Just buy a Logitech 3D. That's what I use for KSP. It's nothing special, and it works just fine. Good for flying rockets, good for flying planes. Alright. Now, don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not saying we couldn't do that with the new shuttle. With this new shuttle, we could do all that stuff again if we want to have some fun. I mean, I don't really know, like, what else we're gonna do. Like, if I'm making the mate-demate device to put it on the 747, like, that would be kind of cool. But just to show that we can integrate it to it. But the whole reason I built that was because I was trying to build a fully reintegratable shuttle stack. And that's something I said I wouldn't do in this new save that we're making, so who knows? Yeah, there you go, Phoenix. Phoenix, that was the idea. I wanted to go back to playing Kerbal the way I played it in 2014, where we don't necessarily focus on launch pads, but we focus on better infrastructure up there. The only real stipulation that I want with the new save is that sandbox, so we can do insane stuff, like just build a shuttle and have it and run it and build a space station where you don't have to worry about budget. I make the objectives, no one else, and no reverts. That was the original mission mode rules. Very simple stuff. We could do KEI. I have better planes for KEI nowadays, Phoenix. I don't know if we want to take a quickie and look at this. Phoenix, I don't know if you've ever seen this thing. This thing is the end-all be-all of KEI planes. Knowing you, I'm sure you saw the KEI request coming. Yeah? So let me introduce you to its little brother here. This thing still doesn't like to fly exactly right all the time, but it's okay. So these things, it's a tuk-tuk. I redid the tuk-tuk hull. It is based off of it though, guys. Yeah, absolutely. It's a tuk-tuk for the more keen-eyed, but a little while back I redid it a little bit. I made the fuselage a fairing instead of just a lander can with some wings. And we did some upgrades to it. So the tuk-tuk before was using gyroscopes and jet engines for stability. This thing doesn't have SAS on it. There's no SAS on this thing. What is the testing regimen looking like for the shuttle? We'll fly it and we'll just revert. Dead crew. Yeah, much more kind of, oh, that didn't work, I'm going to revert. And then when we put it into the main mission mode save, that's when the no revert rule is in effect. You're piquing your interest. Well, that's good. No wheel authority on either one of these things. This is no SAS control. Is the sync necessary for KSP? Yes. Long story short. The synchronizer on... So this has a Kraken Tech synchronizer on it. We figured out ways to incorporate Kraken Tech into one vessel without separating another vehicle a little while back, Phoenix. That has a synchronizer in it. Watch. So don't get me wrong, I'm still working out the bugs on this. It might explode. Just full disclosure. So, engines are off. We have that engine right there with the torque at 1559. So is that one, right? So let's remove it from symmetry. Go down here like this. Disengage the motor. Go over here. Increase. That motor is off. It's not doing anything. One motor is powering both blades right now because I have a synchronizer gear in it. Hey, Flykin. Yep, one motor is powered. That thing is off. That one is on at pretty much double the torque. Still flies just fine. Now, you're still with me, right? So watch this. Let's go over here and let's increase our jet engines. Let's increase our forward thrust. Let's see what happens. Let me just check the AGs. Come on, baby. Come on back around. Yep, no, it didn't work. So, yucky. That one has a little bit of trouble with flight transition, but let me show you the bigger one real quick. The bigger one, rip Jeb, indeed. The bigger one does this a little bit better, but the big one doesn't have a synchronizer. But watch. Have you ever thought about getting an aerospace degree? I know there's some good online options now. I don't have the cash to do it right now, Jared, but yeah, I'd love to. That'd be great. I love every second of that. Chinook, one motor can drive both sets of blades in the synchronizer gear. That's right, what, my bad. Yeah. Guys, I figured out a way to incorporate Kraken Tech into a single stock vehicle design. There's Kraken Tech that holds this thing together. The thermo bearings. The old viewers, you remember what I'm talking about. The hinges for Condor 9. I figured out a way to make it so you don't have to undock a vehicle to get those hinges to work. I call it hybrid tech, and it's awesome. So watch this. The big one doesn't have a synchronizer, but it's okay. Let's get the big one off the ground here. So, take a peek. So we'll increase forward thrust again here, just like we did before. And we'll go over here, right? So here's the reason why these things are great for KEI. Because you think, oh, it's got double blades. It's, you know, it's a great VTOL. Because they added helicopter blades in, and those helicopter blades have collective on them. So they work like helicopter blades. It's great. So watch this. Going forward fast enough. Going here. This one has it dialed in a little bit more because it's a more automated flight computer. This has an avionics package. Wait till the red light turns on. There we go. I don't know why that shut off, but there we go. Got it. She's working now. So it's because I didn't have the collective fully dialed in. This is an auto gyro. Guys, it's an auto gyro. If you note, the helicopter blades are spinning, but they ain't powered. But they're spinning. This thing works like a helicopter at low speeds. So when it's VTOL, these are powered and it works like a helicopter. When it's not in VTOL mode, it uses these engines for forward thrust. And those engines excuse me. Those engines push us forward. And if you notice, this thing has kind of stubby, weird-looking wings, right? What's going on here is that when we switch into flight mode, when we switch into horizontal flight mode instead of vertical flight mode, that's what that indicator is. It tilts my blades back. The reason why it tilts my blades back is because it slightly exposes the helicopter blades to oncoming air. Because I have two helicopter blades, we don't have to worry about retreating blade stall at high speed. So we can go fast. Same idea as an Osprey, right? However, nothing is powering that. They just spin because they're exposed to oncoming air, and the helicopter blades are my wings. Those provide lift. Those are the wings. And now we have a plane that can fly at extremely high altitude. Because it's using Goliaths, it sips fuel, and it can literally land anywhere. It does not need a runway. Also, the K-92, it has a cargo bay. That cargo bay is built inside of a fairing. And whatever we put in this cargo bay and dock to it occludes. I have a payload bay that occludes stuff. You can dock a truck in there or whatever, right? And it'll occlude it. It'll act like it's inside the fairing. Yeah, City, this thing is also capable of auto rotation. Yep, exactly. You can be very good in the courses. From my experience, it's not about knowing anything. It's about being able to stop and think about how something works and under the basics and stick with it. Aerospace at my university has an 87% dropout rate. I am by no means a good student, all A's in high school, but I'm graduating in May because I stuck with it. It's hard, but if you want to, it's very doable. Auto gyro, so the props are wings instead of the actual wings. Yep, it's an auto gyro. So check this out. So I can VTOL. I can land VTOL anywhere I want. Now watch this. We take this thing. Say we run out of fuel. Somebody already kind of spoiled it. Not that you did, not that you knew. Say we run out of fuel. Switch us back into helicopter mode. Make sure we have the transition over. Okay, helicopter mode is engaged. No power. Once again, I want to make this very clear. This has no SAS on board. Nothing. There's no SAS on this thing. There's just batteries. See the batteries right there up at the front? No SAS on board, no gyroscopes. So it lands like a plane or a heli. It can land either way. You can land it on a runway. You could land it on the VAB. You can land it anywhere. You don't even need fuel to land. All you need is a little bit of altitude. What's happening now is that I'm intentionally trying to stall the plane. I want to stall. If I stall, gravity forces the plane down. Gravity pushes down. And I have full... This isn't the engine throttle right here. That's my collective pitch control. Basically, the pitch angle on the blades, right? I have full collective pitch down, right? So these things are designed to take oncoming air. They're designed to pick up air from the bottom instead of from the top, right? Gravity's pushing me into the blades, and the blades are whirligigging around. The reason why I say whirligigging is because you guys ever see, like, what is it, a maple sapling fall out from a tree in the fall and it spins around and it doesn't, like, slam into the ground? That's exactly what we're doing. Gravity is pushing the plane down, and pushing the plane down forces the blades to dig into the air. What's the max altitude? It can go up to 10,000 now. So part of it being an autogyro, is the fact that I can just bring this thing down for a landing. It's auto-rotating down. This is called auto-rotation. Somebody already said it in chat, but this is what helicopters do if they run out of fuel or have the engine break. They basically just let the blades push the blades down to force them to dig into the air, right? And then land it. Land it because gravity's pushing you down, and because the blades are designed to dig into the air from the bottom, the blades start spinning. The kinetic downward force of the vehicle ends up pushing the blades and generating lift. Guys, my engines haven't been on for a long time. Now you could say, oh, well, you're just gliding down. Okay. Well, let's stall the plane here. You're just gliding down and landing it on the runway. It's doing what a plane can do. Well, how's this any different? Watch this. Oh no, we're gonna stall, right? Nope. See that? That's a fuel tank. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. If the fuel tank wasn't there, that would have worked a lot better. But, did you see the thing pitch up right at the end? See it pitch up at the end? You can use, if your RPMs on your blades are high enough, right when you get near the ground, you engage the collective and you'll just float down and land. Me, because this happens every time I try to show off. Because I was showing off, of course I crashed into the fuel tank, right? But, you see the idea? These things are super, kind of ironic considering what I just said, but these things are actually super safe. They're really good for exploring Kerbal. They can fly anywhere. They have really, really long range. And I'll tell you, every time I try to show off what this thing does, I always crash it. But when I'm not trying to show off and I'm just flying it around, the auto rotation works. That's just my luck. It's streamer luck. I'm not going to question it. Yeah, Rocky Guy, didn't... The other thing is that if you want to auto-rotate it correctly, I was in helicopter mode. I should have put it in plane mode. Plane mode tilts the blades back so you get more RPM, but yeah. But yeah, this thing, dude, we can do nuts. You can do nuts stuff with this thing. Like, I'll show you. Let me show. I'm gonna show off again, so it's probably gonna crash. Every time I've tried to be like, oh, let me show you this, it's crashed. The small one crashed, that one crashed. Tessa, can you key in KSP mods for Oridon, please, into the chat? So watch. So we have thrust on the engine, and we have thrust on the turbo shafts. Watch this. Anybody that knows anything about planes, and helicopters in particularly, so fixed wing or rotor wing, how hard is it to hover when you're angled up like that with a helicopter? It's nigh impossible. You don't have the ability to do this. This thing can do a Chinook. And now, fellas, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm not gonna do, actually. I'm not gonna sit here and show you guys how to do this and try and test it. But basically, I've had this thing just with the tail right there, sitting on the end of the VAB, and the thing just hovering there, like what a Chinook can do. Differential collective is what allows a Chinook to do that. In our particular case, the engine thrust is working, and the blades are also working. So we have a force pushing this way, and we have a force pushing that way, and we have gravity pushing that way. The engine's pushing this, the engine's pushing that way, and the helicopter blades pushing that way are enough to counteract the force of gravity when the two of them combine. So we end up just kind of hovering. See? KSP mods, dudes. See? This Phoenix, this is the ultimate KEI plane. It's what I've wanted for a long time. And you can scale it too. You can make it bigger if you really wanted to. I could give, you know, more engines, bigger blades. I started with this one and then I made the small one. And then with the synchronizer, you could theoretically get it to run off one engine. No problem. Just like a Chinook. I mean, look at this. Guys, this plane is C-130 sized. I scaled it. It's a KSP scaled C-130. It's about the size of a C-130J. Pretty much, Alex. Yep. I mean, see what I mean? Can it go to space? No, it's not designed to do that. Could you apply this to one of your pad builds and basically have a mobile flying pad? Sure. It gets a little bit difficult when your vehicle gets to be high enough mass, because then it ends up having a lot of momentum. But yeah. We're still climbing, by the way, at a 40-degree angle of attack. 40-degree up angle of attack. Have you ever done a plane launch rocket in KSP? No, Jack, but I could do it. I don't really want to, though. The thing is, dude, is that if you have a plane launched rocket in KSP, it's really difficult to switch back to the plane and bring it back down and land it before the game eats it. If something is, when you're flying around, if something is more than 20 kilometers away and has an altitude less than 25 kilometers, the game just deletes it. It assumes it's debris. The Kraken eats it. So if you have a plane and you go to launch something, if it's below 25 kilometers, the second you get 21 kilometers away from it in any direction, the game will just eat it. So, if you were going to do a plane launch thing in KSP, you would need a plane that takes off and just, like, basically does what a first stage does, and just rocket itself up to like a 70-kilometer apogee, right? Let the second stage go, send the second stage, and then once the second stage is circularized, you go back to your original vehicle, re-enter it, come back down, and land. Pretty much, Mile. Yep. Yeah, what City Robo said. Yeah, so Phoenix, that's what I would be using. If we were going to do KEI again, we would do that. Yep. We would do that. Those planes, these auto gyros, that's the way to do it. There's that. And there's another plane that I made to be the end-all be-all cargo plane in KSP, but I kind of want to go back to building the shuttle. You weren't here for this build, dude. I'll just show you guys. I don't want to use it. Just because if I use it, we're just gonna end up flying it around the other day, all day. We've already wasted about an hour. I don't want to do that much longer. We got work to do. The other solution is to just build a plane that's big enough and strong enough to be able to circumnavigate Kerbal at high altitudes. This thing can circumnavigate Kerbal with 18 tons of payload in the payload bay. Like, take off from runway 9 at Kerbal, heading east, stay up at altitude, and then just come back around and land on runway 27. It flies, yes. It has a fairing cargo bay. 5-meter fairing cargo bay, docking ports to put stuff inside. And it's also a hydrofoil. So this thing doesn't need a runway. It can literally land anywhere where there's water. Yeah. The hydrofoils come down out of the landing gear bay. And then I have another set up here that come out of the front. It's a seaplane. It can land in water. It can land anywhere in water. And then the tail actually opens up. I won't show it too much, but so the tail does that. And then there's a ramp controller in here that actually does this. This is the KEI killer, dudes. That's the KEI killer. This thing, Kerbal exploration. You want to fly around. You want to explore Kerbal. This and the K92 are the planes to do it. All right, yeah, Sam, I'm trying, dude. And now what we should do is focus on making any shape in KSP. We should make a shuttle shape now. How about that? How about that? That's the best craft I've ever made. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, wheat. All right. Let's get back to it, dudes. I gotta think about this.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Doctors! 14 months. Thanks, dude. Can we just get rid of the panels? Alright. 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 Okay, alright. How would we make the shape that I want? Get rid of that. So this profile here, how these panels are kind of angled, is how I want this to be. I'm not sure about messing with the back of the shuttle too much, guys, but yeah, we'll see. Once again, we're at a good amount of parts here, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm kind of in analysis paralysis right now, but I'm gonna get out of it by doing this. Let's plop this sucker down. A triangle, right? I'm going to plop that sucker down right on the center pivot point of that panel. What we're going to do, I'm going to load up symmetry here. We're going to do that. Okay. And then, what I'm going to do is this. There we go. Hexagon, bestagon. And we're going to try to sculpt this thing out with these panels here. Okay, that should be enough. What I'm gonna do now is make an additional one back here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Now what we need to do is make sure that these panels right here follow the pattern that I'm looking for. So it can meet up with the front there. All right, now we take those panels and let's just move them down there for now. This is part of the prototype wing strake that we're working on, so I'm just gonna take that and just make it go up a little bit. All right, so now See, geometrically, that's going to create an indent right here, which is not exactly what I'm looking for. See, it creates a concave surface right there. So, those aren't going to work. They're too big. So, okay, now what we got to do... now what we got to do is something a little bit different. We got to use a smaller triangle. Alright, let me create a stripe of triangles here, and we'll see. I think that triangle might be a little big, but I could always make smaller triangles go off of this thing. So what we'll do is go in here like this. And we'll make a different hexagon. So let me get the triangles that are... I'm pretty sure these triangles are half, or, well, a third, but you get the idea. So, for instance, if I do this, right? Can we get that surface and that surface to line? Doesn't look like it. Would you be able to... Oh, nice, Deadbringer. Cool. Would you be able to keep the part count by clipping a panel in to lift the concave part to make 3 panels in the area instead of 8? Dude, I don't understand. I'm sorry. When I'm focusing on something like this, Aqualex, and somebody suggests something that's kind of, you know, like, oh, take this part and rotate this part that way, it doesn't, my brain doesn't do it. It just says no. I just say no, and not on purpose. Like, my brain's just like, yeah, no, don't do that. That's junk. Hi, I'm EJ, and I like making more work for myself. Has to be on local, idiot. These triangles might be good enough. It's still going to increase the part count to the point where it might suck, but... What kind of interplanetary ships were buildable with the shuttle, or is NASA planning on using different launch vehicles for those? Gateway. Barrel. Gateway. Yeah, Gateway. What the shuttle wanted to do, they wanted to put a Centaur inside of here. They wanted to put a Centaur with a payload attachment fitting and a grapple point for the RMS. So the shuttle would go up. It would put a satellite in space, so like a transfer vehicle, something that could stay up there, like a little mini space station. Think like a Salyut module, right? Or Zvezda or Zarya, something like that. Something analogous to that. Something that has its onboard propulsion, right? HAB space, etc., etc. And then the shuttle, it would leave that up there. Once they figured out that that was in a stable orbit, the shuttle would go up again. And if you're familiar with how the Hubble servicing missions went, the shuttle would take Centaur, turn it upright inside of the payload bay, or turn it at a 45 degree, and they would go up towards said HAB module, grab it with the shuttle's remote manipulator, and then attach them together. And then deploy the Centaur. And now you have a ship that's, if it has a shuttle docking port at the front, right? Now the ship can free float and the shuttle can dock to it. Literally exactly what they did on the ISS. On the STS-88 mission. The STS-88 mission is the closest analog shuttle mission to what I'm talking about. And if you just Google STS-88, you could see the shuttle assembling, grabbing a free-floating module in space and then attaching it to a module that the shuttle pulled out of its payload bay and attached on the docking port. This is the STS-88 mission. That's Zarya, FGB, or FGB2, I think is what it's called. And then that's the Unity module with PMA1 and PMA2. Crazy thing. PMA2 and PMA1 still up there on the ISS. We watched a Dragon dock to PMA2 the other day. This picture was taken in 1998. Yeah. There's space modules on the ISS that are older than some viewers in this chat. It's crazy. There you go, MC. Alright. I gotta make a plate.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Druid, 44-month resub. Thanks, buddy. So, when you're messing with the triangles, if you want to get good at doing tessellative building, right? Tessellative? Is that a word? I don't know. If you want to get good at doing triangle tessellated builds like this, right? What you really need to do is think of it like metal, like forming metal. You got to start with a flat sheet. So that's what I usually do here. Set that to grandparent, set that to grandparent, set that to grandparent, set that to grandparent, and set that one to grandparent. So let's take this. So I'm gonna mark that one. That gold one is the root part of this subassembly, and then we'll just move the rest of these into position. Why are you not attaching the plates to the attachment nodes? There's some weird stuff that happens. Sido, I always thought that leaving open attachment nodes was a bad idea. And I always thought that node attaching certain things is going to create stuff that's more aerodynamic. With panels, and I'll be honest with you, I have no freaking clue what the reason is. I have no idea why it does this. With panels, it likes it better if you do this. I don't understand why. I'll be 100% honest with you. When we were building the SSTO, we found out that surface attaching these things made the game understands the arrow better. I don't, dude, don't ask me. I have no idea. I have no idea why it does that. Like, I couldn't tell you. I'm just gonna make the sheet of paper a little bit longer, so to speak. Okay. Let's save this, and then what I'm gonna do is go over here, go into sub-assemblies. So I'm going to use the old shuttle profile from CTSNG as the curve here. Okay, so it's pretty apparent that we don't need this last piece. So what I'll do is I'll go in there and delete the last one. The gold one is just to show the root part. So that's the one triangle I need to select to move the whole thing. I meant like this, but in 3D, you can fill the gap. Oh, fill piece. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we could try to do that. But yeah, here. I'm going to start bending pieces here. But yeah, I mean, I suppose that could work. All right, so we're set to local. Let's save before we go any further. See if we can get something to kind of line up with the strake here. Alright, trim that. We're not going to need it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, that's inevitable. It's inevitable, that piece of geometry. Those indents, it's just kind of inherent to using an equilateral triangle. It's inherent to using tris. Yeah, there's not much you can do about it. Hey, what's up, Blood Fan? Baseball exists. What's up, man? How you doing? Is there a structural reason you attach 2 rows at a time there in the end? Because it seems to mess with the center of rotation. It doesn't mess with the center of rotation. That's just... Oh, yeah. No, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, having all the triangles just go in the same direction, you're going to get gaps. You're going to get gaps in the design. I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, that one right there. It's pointed in the wrong direction, right? If that was flat on this side, you would have a seam right there in the center of that triangle. That's the reason. Oh, I got a new badge. Pretty. Thanks for being subbed all this time, man. I do appreciate it. You bet, love you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's not doing anything that I like, guys. That sucks. I mean, we might... No. No, it's not doing anything I really want. Let's... Maybe we can mess with the back here. Now with the back, it seems to be working a little bit nicer. But that, honestly, that's not really doing what I want. I don't like this at all. ASAP reports while many objectives are met during our Starliner OFD2, it produced many anomalies and a certification delay is on the way. Joy. Yeah, Argblue, that's... It's kind of what I'm thinking. Adventum, have fun building. I need to go focus on some more dev work. All right. See, this gets the point across. If I could just figure out a way to get the wings to work right. To get the wings to make the shape that I want. So, like, this needs to be down here. Like that, right? And then, just, you know what? This piece is good. It works. And it's not a lot of parts either, so... When making the center with square panels and the edges with small tries work, it's kind of what I'm thinking, DX. Yeah. That's still gonna goof my part count pretty bad. Here, let's try this. We tried this yesterday, but can you just copy the bottom of the plane and make it black? If I could, why would I be doing this? It's weird seeing no hardware on the center core. Yeah, it's a little strange. See, you're always going to get that convex thing going on there. All right. I'm thinking, dudes. Let me just see if we can piece this together. You know, perhaps we could, just on a side note, get out of this, get out of that. The hierarchy visualizer is cool. I guess I'll leave that one open. How did they do it on the shuttle? Let's look at the tiles. Yeah, see, it wraps. See how there's a seam right there? And they have those kind of home plate looking tiles right there. And then the tiles are actually diagonal across the bottom of the vehicle. They're diagonal across the bottom of the vehicle. Interesting. Here, let's keep going. The tiles are diagonal like that because of hypersonic flow, if I'm looking at this correctly. It's designed to push the plasma out over the wings, or out under the wings, I should say. You should buy the model. Yeah, the pictures are good enough reference for me. Damn, yeah, I should, but I don't have any money, man. I gave it all to you, remember? Man, that's... Oh, it's perfect. It's freaking perfect, dude. Here, hold on. This picture right here. Look. Yeah, see? They have some seamage going on right there. See the seamage right there? And right there? Definitely some seamage going on. Yeah. This, in Kerbal, would manifest itself as panels overlapping, right? Actually, and then once you get kind of over to the payload bay, it's kind of pretty straightforward. Is there any other spots where you get some weird geometric overlaps? Oh, right there. There's a geometric overlap out on the wings, but we ain't making panels back there, so... It's just this shape right there, that's all. Yeah, S, it's pretty damn good. Right? Okay, I don't mind that way. That way's fine, but here's what we're gonna do. Give me my small boys again. I'm gonna make this in a slight different way that I made it last time. So let's go over here. Let's go into subassemblies. No, grab the small triangle. And no, that's not what I want. I see it, Thomas. Okay. Nope, that's not made right. That's not made how I want. Hey, drummer. How's it going, man? That whole thing needs to be made. Oh, I gotta make it custom. Okay. I'm not gonna be commentating on this for a second. Long story short, I need to adjust the hierarchy to get this thing to do what I want. So just bear with me here for a second. Instead of the hierarchy to be being two strips, right? Being two strips of panels, I need it to go up and down and then down. It's gonna look like an F, like a really long F. So it's gonna look like my report card in high school. Jokes. Let me show you what I mean.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Kinder, 69 months. Nice. See? So I'm opting for a slight different approach here. That's the DNA. I call it the DNA approach because it looks like strands of ribonucleic or deoxyribonucleic acid. So for the this is how I designed the fuselage on the other shuttle. But for the strakes, we're gonna need this build method. This is, like I said previously, that this is not as concise as this, but we might need to do it here to get this to work right. But this is gonna make struts for days, dude. We gotta be careful. Like, how many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 36 freaking struts. I'd strut every other one, so it would be 18. 33 is 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that strike approach gonna bait the Kraken? It's built like that, to be honest with you. I built it, I ended up using that build method there. That part isn't so much Kraken bait, but it kinda is. Yeah, we're gonna need to, you gotta strut that thing. It should be okay. I kind of was trying to avoid doing that, but because that's how that's made up there, see? And it's gonna really screw us on the part count. Hierarchy chain that long is concerning. It's not that if you strut it at the ends and strut it like every couple of rings here, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Game doesn't need, having 1 or 2 part stragglers on their own branch like that is not that big of a problem. So if we strutted it like right there, it'd be okay. These aren't going to move around too much unless we crash, in which case we crashed. But yeah, we gotta... Oh, well, the good news is that we're not gonna need that many of these. So I'm gonna lop those off there. This is as much as we're gonna need. Right there. Alright, let's see where it takes us. You talking about regular struts or auto struts? Well, it's already auto strutted. I'm talking about using regular struts. The auto struts are already doing their thing. It'll hold these two together pretty concisely. So, you know, strut right there, another strut halfway up the chain, and then the front is the attachment point. Should be okay. Should be. So, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna set my rotational control to local and set my translational control to local. And here's what we're doing. Let's go down here like this. I was kind of toying with this idea yesterday. I know it's gonna be too many parts, so I'm kind of like, you know? But we'll see where it takes us. Let's start there. And start there. Once again, the golds are just showing the ends of the chain, but we don't need that right now. That blends actually... Will it blend? Blends actually pretty dang well. Let's just make sure that that's moved into position. Let's see if we can find a nice seam right there. Okay, perfect. So now what we want to do is go back over here. Yeah, see that seam right there? That's what we got to fix. It's more or less concise right to around. It's a complex shape right to around here. When it gets to here, it's not that bad. So like if we go look at the 3D scan, I'll show you what I mean. So watch the bottom shape right here. Right there. You see how that curve, as you go further down the profile of the vehicle, it changes shape? it goes from more of a straight down curve to more of a ramped over curve. All the curviness goes to the top, right? We already have that with the wing strake. That right there, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out the right geometric shapes to make that in KSP, that transition to that shape. And that shape gets a lot easier to profile when you get back here. And then by the time you get to where the landing gear is, we could make that with wings. That's no problem. Right? So let's go right there. That's where we need this to be. What are we looking at the first payload base segment? Right there. Yeah, okay. And when does it really start to flatten out? That's when it starts to flatten out, right there. Where are we? Just a little bit after the first payload base segment. So when I say segments, the payload bay is 4 segments. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I use that for measuring things whenever I'm working on a shuttle. So we need to get that more wing, like less steep curve shape by here. And then for the most part it can be flat-ish. So here's what we do. Oh, that's not going to rotate off the right thing. Oh no. Thanks, Maverick. I didn't make this right. I didn't make it right. That's not what I need. I need the control point to be that, not that. Okay, make it again. We have time. Make it again. Please stop. I didn't make the hierarchy exactly right. That's not what I wanted. It's just the hierarchy. What I'm going to do is it's going to be very similar to what I had already. But yeah, get rid of that, and then what we need to do is attach here. So now when I go to control this, I'm controlling like this. See how I can wiggle it like that instead of rotating it like that. See what I'm talking about? If that doesn't make sense, don't worry about it. Just ignore the next couple minutes here. I'm gonna work fast. Improve shuttle with canards, Maverick. Don't insult me again. Don't appreciate it, man. No, I'm figuring out a way to use panels as thermal protection, as a thermal protection system. That's what I'm trying to do.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Nordic, what's up, man? See, good old tessellation. Indeed. Magnificent tessellation. See what I did there? Alright, here we go. Ready? You called? No! Not you. So we need to figure out the concave shape by that piece right there. So that one is going to need to be rotated off. All right, so before we go any further, let's take this. So take this, 5 degrees, 5 degrees, 5 degrees, 5 degrees, 5 degrees. How is that other ship up there? That's the old shuttle design, Y Frost. I needed to redo basically the, we'll call it the jawline of the shuttle. I needed to redo it a little bit. The way I designed this is not necessarily bad. This shuttle still flies amazing, but there's Kraken bait here. There's auto struts working in the wrong spots. The way it comes together is not concise. It's asking to explode if you try to dock it to a big station, just because of how I built it, because I didn't know any better at the time. This way, I'm building a much more comprehensive design. Long story short, this shuttle's a lot stronger. It's going to be a lot more impervious to Kraken strikes. Don't get me wrong, nothing is impervious to Kraken strikes. Let's be real. But this thing should... This one has a slight redesign up here at the front, and that redesign, what's basically plaguing me right now is that this redesign, I did redesign it, but I also tried to see if we could make a much more concise shape, like make it look nicer. This thing doesn't look like the shuttle. The strake is going down, it's going in the wrong direction. On the shuttle, the strake goes up. So, like, as if I was going to do a detail pass and rework how the front of the shuttle got put together, see the strake? It goes up, not down, right? If I was going to do that, I might as well go and see if we can make this look a little bit nicer at the same time. Simultaneously, I'm also trying to think about how this thing will put the hierarchy together. Like, what is this going to do thermally when we re-enter? One panel by itself during re-entry is going to break. But if you have a string of panels and you make them in strips like that, see how I make them in strips? They'll actually work like thermal tiles on the shuttle. They'll absorb the heat and they'll just keep radiating the heat out like a giant heat sink. That's what I want. So I'm not just thinking about, how it looks. I want this thing to look like the shuttle. I want it to fly like the shuttle, and I want it to dissipate heat like the real shuttle in stock KSP. So it's not just about getting it to do all those things. It's about getting it to do all those things, understanding how the real shuttle works in real life, how it dissipates heat, etc., etc., the shape, why it is the way that it is, and then translating that into Kerbal. That's why a lot of the time you just see me sitting here going, because this gets that's because of how the game calculates the heat, right? Yep, you got it, boss. Get rid of those for now. It's just overlapping. We don't need those triangles anymore. Especially if I go with this design. So you're going to run tiles along the entire bottom of the shuttle. I think I'm only going to use them in the spots where I need these certain shapes to exist. Ryan? They create body lift, hex point, yeah. Hex point, nice. Hex hit point, yeah. They generate body lift. They also generate drag. But you gotta remember, so do the tiles on the real shuttle. It's not as bad as you might think. And there's a fly right in front of me. Did I get him? I didn't get him. I clipped his wing. Dang it. This damn fly's been buzzing around me all frickin' day, dude. I need help with the decision. Crispy battered egg or egg battered chicken? Yes. Hex hit point. Oh, you're prof? I crawled. Hey, man. You moved away from New England, right? You don't live in Rhode Island anymore, do you? Last time I talked to you, you moved. Can you cancel a strategy in the admin building? Yeah, you should be able to. Actually, how we're going to do this is copy this piece, right? And hit it in 2x mirror. And that gives us a marker line for these to get to. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Are those radiators? Nope. Panels, my guy. This gives me something to kind of build to. A marker, if you will. Okay, now that that's set, get rid of that. Now we gotta go massaging this out. Starting to get a little bit of geometric overlap. That's okay. Almost there, guys. You could just call me Hex if it's easier. Long story short, after all the moving, my job was during streaming hours for the past couple of years. It's all good, man. I do move away, lived in Brimo's neck of the woods, but then I ended up moving back. You live in New Bedford. Hex, I live on Cape Cod. I moved out of the city this summer. I'm gonna live, I don't know, maybe like less than an hour away. CKAN. That's right. It's way too many parts. I don't care. I really don't. That looks awesome. That's it. That's the shape. It's pretty damn close. I don't think I could do better than that. Guys, yeah, I can't do better than this. There is some weird spots right there where it's concave, where we might need to fix it, because I don't ever remember seeing the concave thing here. I don't ever remember ever seeing that thing go concave. It's always convex the entire time, meaning that there's no indentation. So I might need to fix that a little bit, but it's not that big of a problem. It would definitely be bad to have convex. You'd get a stagnation point. Okay. I'm gonna save this. So how do we fix that indentation? Fixing the indentation. So I saved this as another file because I don't want to mess with it. So the indentation is right here. What do I need this to look like? I need this to look like this. It needs to be more like that. Right? It needs to be popped out just a little bit. Right? That's really where we need to be at. So let's see if we can... How would we do this, Rocket? How would we do this? We need to approximate the angle. Now, I have my triangles. Every triangle for every, like, kind of section of these, for every row of these, is rotated 5 degrees, and that's how I was able to make such a tight, concise shape very, very quickly. But we need... our rotational offset needs to be less than that. It can't be 5 degrees between each row, and then you bridge the tiles, because that's not giving us the right shape. That needs to be tilted out a little bit. If it needs to be tilted out, that means we got to average the angle kind of between here and there, right? And then like the back end of this needs to be more or less flat, right? So use the rulers. Okay, how would we do that? Let me think. How would we get a certain piece to rotate on a certain degree? How would we get it to match a certain degree to an extent? So, because we're rotating in 5 degree increments, if I could get it to like 2.5 degree increments, then we'd be good to go. How would we do that? Servos. Hold on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They don't go to the decimal place. They float the servo. Damn. That would have been a good idea. Yeah. Hex, I'm trying to figure out a way to do that, dude. They can go to decimal if you use a cal controller. You're right. You're absolutely right. So this thing can rotate 180 in either direction, so 360 degrees, right? It can rotate 360 degrees. So if we wanted to put it on a... Wait, I don't need it to rotate in decimals, but if we took the cow controller and literally set it to 720 second playtime, right? Then we took the rotational servo and we went to time point 360, right? And set the value to 0 right there, and then set this value all the way up there, and set that value all the way down there. I could rotate on half-degree increments. Basically, every time if we punched in 315, right? Well, no, it wouldn't be there. Get rid of that. If we punched in a number on the cow controller, right? 315, that would get me a 0.5 degree rotation. Bingo. What's a 3-letter word that starts with gas? Car. It's gonna be a long stream. So we could make advanced rotational tools in here, and that could potentially get me exactly what I'm looking for. What if EJ built the Canadarm and used it to place the tiles? That'd be cool. So if we set that to 0, it's going to be at 180. Okay. Yeah, because this is 180 out. It works like a distributor on a car. Cool. All right, Rocket Guy, let me think about this, dude. How are we going to do this? Yeah, exactly, Pacey. But I think a 0.5 degree rotational increment would actually 2 would be good. 2 would be fine. Am I thinking about that right? 2 would be okay. Now, how do we apply this? How do we apply what we've learned here? I gotta attach a ruler to this thing. This is gonna look like a Rube Goldberg machine when I'm done. But yeah, that should get me, that should allow me to rotate on proper increments. So how would we apply this to this? Okay, give me a ruler, like you said, Rocket Guy. So you can make straight edges in Kerbal using the strut connectors. So if you take a strut, right, set one cubic octag, snap it to absolute, select the second one, snap it to absolute, and then take the strut, set that to absolute, and take that strut and set that to absolute. Now you have a straight edge. You know that's perfectly straight because you locked everything onto the absolute, onto an absolute axis, right? So Thanks for the bits, dude. You knew the ruler to be on the center of rotation. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. There. I just needed to make sure we got all of our angles and stuff right before we go and do this. What's the keybind to switch rotational modes? R? Roundabout, what's up? What's up, man? How you doing? Alright. So, Rocket Guy, here's what I'm thinking. Let's, that needs to be on the center axis rotation, right? We can use a ruler. I have another idea floating around in my head and it's screwing with me right now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just do the other idea that I have real quick. I'm going to take a ruler like this, right? Take the ruler and literally attach it to the space shuttle's fuselage. Just flip it around like that. Okay, ruler, done. Good, great, grand, wonderful. No yelling on the bus. All right, the ruler needs to be attached to these panels right here. So attach it to the panels and then take this thing. Right? It does not need to be absolute snap. We already lined it up. So take that and put the strut on where I want my lower panels to be. Right? And now I take this, move this here like that. And then we slowly rotate that into position like this. And now that is basically, that right there, excuse me, is basically the line where I need my panels to end. That's the lower line that we're looking for here. See that? That, coupled with this, giving two straight profile curves. And now we need to bridge the gap with the panels, right? That's what we need to do. But it looks like we might get some geometric imperfection here. So I'm just going to move the line right to the end point on the last panel. Actually, where does this thing start to tilt up? Oh, it starts to tilt up right there. So that's as far as we should go for that ruler, for the most part, if I looked at this right. So let me just go back over here. So Rocket, I wanted to get this profile figured out. And then we can go into the incremental. Yeah. There. That line is coplanar with the panels. If you looked at them from the side, it lines up exactly with the panels. Cool. That's the datum point. So, and the reason why I have the strut stop there is because then it starts to get flat. We're going to need a different profile or just use a flat panel to figure out the rest of this. This is why so right there. That's why I had an indent. That's why it ended up becoming convex right there, because the panels go from angled very slightly to flat. And it's no secret that the indent happened right in the geometric location where you'd get some overlap if you tried to make this shape, because the panels straighten out. So, of course, it basically, like if you tried to bend metal in a certain way, it bent inward. Only, like I said, just that was a byproduct of me moving it around, right? So that's why the indentation ended up happening naturally, because I was trying to cram this onto, we have a panel that's like this, and we tried to make the triangles go around that bend, and it made a kink. It made a kink in the metal. It happens if, like, you see something similar happening in real life. If you have a metal press and you're stamping metal, you get some overlap, and the metal bends. That's fine. It's not a big deal, but something to take into account. So the first thing that I noticed is that these need to be lined up. That's not lined up at all with where we need to be. So now I can take that, move that up into position, and take solace in the fact that that is exactly where those need to be. Cool. Now we have that. So now let's work on, let me save. Now let's work on your, the other idea. We need to find some gradual rotation, or else we're going to get that kink again, right? It needs to be... Come on, EJ. Seriously? There we go. That's not completely straight because it seems like one of the panels has a slight overlap, but that's okay. The shadow makes you look like you attach two orbiters end to end. It does, doesn't it? Sent to shuttle. That looks like Boeing's double-stacked shuttle concept from the 90s, on a side note. Boeing basically came up with the idea of making a first stage look like a space shuttle, and then making a second stage that looks like a space shuttle, and then just stacking them on top of each other. That was their idea. So, Starship. How do you get Starship from that? I mean, yeah, but also no. The shuttlepede. The human shuttle-pad. That's weird. It's not as bad as Grumman. Grumman wanted to do this. Not sure how well that would have gone deploying that going like 4,000 or 5,000 miles an hour. Yeah, that probably wouldn't have ended too well. That one, though. That one's a pretty cool concept, just on a side note. This one is kind of similar. This one, the first stage is a Saturn 1C. That's a Saturn V first stage. Yeah. Saturn V first stage that they made into an aircraft. And that's the first stage, and it comes back down, it flies back and lands. And then the shuttle up here would be like if you took Dream Chaser and an S2, Saturn V second stage, and stacked them on top of each other. So like the crew tank is up here, fuel tank, crew tank is right there, payload bay is right there, fuel tank is right there, engine section in the back. The fly is back. I need to go get my tennis racket, my electric tennis racket, so I can just zap! But yeah, crazy concepts, huh? Okay, so Rocket Guy, we need our rotational degree offset, right? So... I'm just thinking of how I'm going to make this tool. So here's what we'll do. Let me get a control board. Or just, well, I call it a control board. It's just a panel. But this is where our control board will be. This is not something that we're going to use outside of the VAB or SPH, but we could. Oh, I almost got him. Oh, he flew out the door. He flew out the door. Shut the door. Boom. Yes. Partial victory. Hold the door. Dude, it's so distracting that it's flying between me and the camera. I don't think you guys can see it. No, Truett, I don't have it yet. This is all your fault. Okay. Alright, so let me put a control board on this thing. I'm basically gonna make something along the lines of a protractor. Okay, so what we need is a straight edge up and down. So we need our datum edge, and I suppose that can be a ruler, so oh, nice, Tessa. 450. Very nice. Also, Pythos, good to know. Thank you. I'm building a tool right now to help me geometrically figure out this shape. It's basically a protractor. Okay. I'm just dialing in this strake shape, guys. We got close, but I need more fine adjustment than what we have with the angle snap rotational offset in the editor. You can only really snap on 5-degree increments. I'm trying to figure out a way to see if we could snap stuff on a 2-degree increment, or at least show where a 2-degree increment snap would be. The reason why is because I folded this edge in too quick and it made an indent. No good. There's no convex or concave surface on that part of the shuttle. If we go and look at the 3D scan, If you look down here, that shape always stays bowl-shaped. See this right here? This bottom piece? That always stays shaped like a bowl. There's no convex part. There's no part that indents. See, it's always bowl-shaped. It's just the shape of the bowl changes, right? From there to back there. See what I'm talking about? I had a little bit of an indent. Mine went up like that. I gotta fix that. So I need to rotate these panels on a smaller offset, on a smaller increment to get the right shape. So what I'm doing is I'm building a tool to be able to show me the angle offset relative, if that makes any sense. Yeah, okay. Just a ruler on a hinge. Well, yes. But, give me one moment. Put some expanding foam in there. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Good. Okay. So, messing with this one should rotate one of the rulers. I copied the thing so it overwrote the cal controller. Starlink launch in 5 hours. Yep, and we are going all the way to it. So if we take this, that'll show us a rotational increment here. We can get any rotational number, any number that we want. And since the cal controller is set to 720, right? And this thing has 360 degrees of motion. I didn't do that right. The contact information is on my Twitter bio, Crash. Yeah, see? That, now we have a protractor that shows us a 70-degree angle. And we could go pretty much any, we could not we don't just get 5 degrees, we can show like a 7-degree angle, right? That'll give us a 7-degree angle. It's a protractor, basically. And then if we're gonna place a lot of parts, right? If we set that to 360, it'll just zero out. If we're gonna place a lot of parts down a chain like these guys right here, what I can do is just extend it. We can extend the ruler. See? So the hydraulics are controlling the datum, basically. I'm just going to move this down here so the rulers never... So the hydraulics don't ever clip into each other. Yeah. There we go. I just want to make this look like it belongs here, so it's concise for me to see it. Oh, we should probably put that on an extender as well. Yeah, we should have one for the datum, one for rotational angle, right? That's the datum extender. So I'm gonna rename that to... So that shows your root angle, datum extender. And then we need a rotational extender as well. Yeah, all this just to make this tile right. I will work this hard to do it. It's gonna be worth it. This is what, 30 minutes of time invested here? And we're gonna make something that no one has ever done before. We're blazing a new trail here, man. Kerbal digital jazz here, man. Biodigital jazz. Kerbin. Digital rocket frontier. I tried to picture clusters of spaceships as they move through the simulation. What did they look like? Space shuttles, Saturn V's? Were the Kerbals riding starships? I kept picturing a world I thought I'd never see. And then, one day, I got in, man. Works well with the wub wub step, doesn't it? I got in, man. Biodigital jazz, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who's goat? Who's the goat? Who's the goat at throttle up? So what's the throw of these three? 240. 240 times 3 is... 7, so 720. Okay, so... Actually, we could set that to 72. That's our centimeter length right there on the datum extender. 72 centimeters. Bingo. And then on the rotational extender, set it to 72 as well. That will get us a target extension. Each one of the throw of these things is 2.4 meters. 2.4 meters, we have 3 of them. That should give us 7.2 meter extension, which should be more than enough for the strake length here. You think that KSP2 will have programmable parts on launch? I'm not sure. And then if we set that to 72, right? Master length extension, set play position. And then set play position. This here will give us synchronized movements on the extenders if we need to. There we go. Synced movement. And then our rotational. I hate having that thing there. Got it. Ah, yeah. It's all coming together. Now just rotate that into position, and it makes it look like it's a part of the machine. And there we go. Protractor. Protractor in KSP. Specifically designed to be able to extrude on a long axis. Done. What will this be used for? Place the triangles correct style. You'll see. Guys, it's not going to make a whole lot of sense right now. It really isn't. It's not going to make sense until you see it doing what I designed it to do. Give me one moment, okay? And I'll show you exactly what I want from this thing. That didn't unbind my cals. Oh, it did. Call it drum bone? No, I'm good. There we go. Alright. Watch. So. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab just another one of my rulers. And I'm going to put the ruler on here. It can be on the fuselage, it doesn't matter. What I want this ruler to do is to measure the exact angle of this. We will get the exact position of this, so I know exactly where it needs to be placed. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to move my ruler around, right? That is on the exact position of the I-beam. Chat, remember how the relationship between that ruler and that, okay? So because I'm going to take the strake, and we're moving the strake out here, okay? On both sides. It's just so I can see it a little bit better. And then because I'm moving that, I'm doing the same thing with the strake. I'm going to move this piece out here as well. 4 ticks. Because those have both moved on local orientation, that should more or less be the curve that we're trying to get. Maybe make sure one more time your wings are in the correct spot.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Spaceman, 53 months.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh no! What's going on, man? How you doing? I'm like deep into a new build meta rabbit hole right now. That's the position that I want that to be in, right? Cool. So now we move the whole damn wing out. That ruler's coming with me. And that's marking the exact spot. There. Alright. Save that. Let's go. So now we can just move this out here, and it'll be marking the same spot every time. Cool. Which rabbit hole did you jump into? It's kind of hard to explain watching. Just getting my wing strake right. That's all. I'm trying to fix that shape right there, but it's gonna take a second to get it right. So see how these panels, as further you go down the chain, the more they rotate. See what I'm talking about? I need to do that, but I need to do that with less rotational increments, but every increment needs to be exactly the same. So what I was doing here is rotating. That one's 5 degrees rotated. That one's 5 degrees rotated. That one's 5 degrees rotated, etc., etc. The reason why I was doing that, is because the minimal amount of angle that you can move with the editor, the snap position to know it's exact, is 5 degrees. 5 degrees is too short. That's not going to work. I need like 2 degrees or something, because if I don't do that right, it's going to give me a kink right here. See what I'm talking about? It gives you a kink in the panels. That's no good. We don't want that. Right? We don't want that. That's bad. So and there's no way to go backwards. What do you mean, Rocket Guy? I can undo that, but I'm going to get rid of it and make a new one. Like, I'm just gonna take this thing. I can remake this in a second. It won't take very long. Shut up, Tesla. Shh. I got an idea. That's the position that we want that to be in. Just leave that there. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Then we're gonna attach it right there. Because that has that lower piece that we ensured was correct. Ekim, 62-month resub. I don't know about you, but I still get mighty trigger when I see this shuttle. Yeah, I know what you mean. See how that line is exactly straight? Bingo. There it is. Okay, that gives us our lower line, right? It gives us the lower line, and it gives us where the triangles need to be. Yeah, we're getting a slight divergence there. Okay. Is this thing made correctly? Is it made with the rotation in mind? It is. Okay, so take this, right? And line them up. Bingo. Okay, so now take that piece. That's the original one. Get rid of it. We already have its position. We can lop off the back, but I'll do that later. So that's the length that we need, but we need to go. How many really do we need to go past that? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Let's just get rid of those. Perfect. Trim that off. Now we have a nice metal plate to start with. So let's do some testing here. Where are we at right there? It's about 4. This would, because that's 72 and these are 2.4 meter throws, that's 3.9 centimeters. So it's about 4, which means, honestly, if we set this to 8, no, that's 10.2. What's the next one? The throw and the strut isn't lined up. That's not going to give us a good measurement. That's why those numbers didn't make any sense. That gets the front of the line lined up with our throw, more or less. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I know this seems really weird, but just bear with me. I got you. It'll all make sense here in a second. I'm just dialing in the tool to be precise. There we go. So the front line of the strut right there is our distance. That will give us our distance measurement. So where's the first triangle? If we split that first triangle, the point of the first triangle is... We're gonna have to move this. So the point of the first triangle is at extension, at 0 extension. So we gotta zero this tool out. Okay, what's the throw on the first triangle? So that distance right there, once again, we're measuring front. Front of the strut. 3 centimeters. What about the next one? So that's 3 centimeters from 0. That one's 6 centimeters from 0. That one's 9. Okay, cool. Sweet. That means 1/2 of this edge is 3 meters, which means these equilateral triangles have a 6. They're 6 centimeters. Each edge is 6 centimeters equilateral. Pretty straightforward stuff. We just used this to measure. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do, set play position to 3. 3 is right there. All right, now let's rotate on a 2-degree increment. Remember, that's in 5-degree increments, and that looks right. That's almost the right shape, but it kinked. We kinked the metal plate, so this is close, but it's not exact. So let's see what happens when we rotate it on 2-degree increments. So how the heck are we going to do that? How are we going to rotate it on 2-degree increments? How's that going to work? Well, what we do is we take our rotational controller, that's the angle controller right there, and we set it right here. Let's just set it to 315. Why not? Now, actually, it would be better if we just set it to 180, because then we get a cross. Now what we got to do is take the triangles. We don't want to move the triangles forward and back, because we've already zeroed. We've zeroed the long axis here, okay? We don't want to do that. We got to move them. We have to move it this way. Then we have to move it up to halfway through that strut. That's the center of rotation for our rotational axis. So if I move this, see? Theoretically, if we take this, we set that to 180, and I bring the rotational gizmo up. Oh, the rotational gizmo is offset on this. Okay. That makes sense, I suppose. let's 0 that. Gotta go down just a little bit more. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's zeroed. We're zeroed on all 3 axes. Actually, maybe it should go up just a little bit here. Let me see if I can just rotate the camera. If I had an isometric view, this would be a lot better, but I think it just needs to go up just a little bit, and to the right just a little bit. Okay, that's as zeroed as it's going to be. Okay, so remember, actually, I had this tool zeroed to use the front edge, or the front edge of the strut, but we'll go into this. Yeah, I gotta remember that that's what we're doing here. We're using the point of that triangle line up with the front of the strut to zero this tool correctly. So if we do this, we might need to just recalibrate just a little bit. I'm not making up words, guys, I swear. I'm recalibrating this tool. I made a tool to be able to make this shape a lot easier. Think of this kind of like a lathe almost. Lathe is the planet in Kerbal. Like a lathe. I have something long and it can twist it'll twist it as we go. Like kind of like a feed metal brake or something. It'll make sense here in a moment. Like, so we set it to 3, right? In this, I started that at, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That started at 30. So 30 is our start angle. So let's go like this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. Now we want to rotate each piece. Instead of rotating, yeah, I'll show you. Instead of rotating on a 5-degree increment like this, right? Which is what that is over there. We want to rotate on a 2-degree increment. Now, this is going to be a little bit harder to do, but I can figure it out. So, start our rotation. We're at 180 degrees. We don't want to be at 180. We want to be right here. So we rotated 5-degree increments, right? Or we rotated in 5-degree increments 6 times, so that's 30. So if we're like this, we have 360, right? And we should, 6 times 5 is 30. Okay, and since this thing is stepped to 720 to be able to rotate in 1/2-degree increments, its total movement is 720. That doesn't really, actually, you know what? That doesn't really matter. Let me just change my Cal controller angle authority to 360. That'll be easier for us to figure out the angles. So set our rotational controller to 360, right? And then minus 30 from that, set it to 330. And now, if I have this right, where the 2 struts converge should be perfectly lined up with the pivot point. Bingo. Okay. We're zeroed on the long axis. And we're zeroed on the rotational axis on pitch and yaw. Pitch, yaw, and roll, actually. It's on all 3. We're zeroed on pitch because we're not moving it. So now, watch this. Here's how we do this. So take those and set those correctly. We could just rotate on a 5-degree increment. Or take this, set that to 6. 6 will get us that triangle, which is a child to that triangle. So we don't necessarily want that. We want to move in 6 unit increments. So 6 centimeter increments. This should get us, setting this to 9 should get us the front of this triangle. The front of that triangle, or the front of the strut, the leading edge side of the strut should be lined up with the point on this triangle right here. It's not exact, but it's close. That's just because of the way I placed these. These aren't absolute snap, they're snapped to look good. So the point of the triangle is actually not correct. If we set this to 9 on the dot, and then I moved this triangle into the right position, it would be exactly spaced. So this is, I'm basically just making some precision tooling here in the VAB, or the SPH here for KSP. There. Now that's exactly six centimeters. It's exactly 600 mil. The point of that triangle is exactly 600 mil from the point of that triangle. It is exact. Now what we could do, if we really want to screw with this thing, and we really wanted to do this right, like really right, I could mess with the spacing and get it exact. Do you guys want to go for it? Is this something that you want to see? I could precision place every single one of these triangles, perfectly spaced. We shouldn't have to fiddle with it. You only have a few days left. This is a major hurdle. Once I get this, the rest of the shapes to figure out are not too bad. And yeah, I understand. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I get it. This might end up being faster because remember how much I fiddled with this yesterday? Well, I fiddled with it yesterday because I had no way to line up the triangles perfectly. Now I have a tool to be able to do tessellation like this and line it up exactly. So we won't have to go and fiddle with it like that. That's the plus here. If I make this once, we make it once. Don't need to make it again. And what I can do from now on is I can sub-assemble this. I'll sub-assemble the tool-aligned pieces. And if I sub-assemble the tool-aligned pieces, I can just get them at any time. So, you know what? That's what we're doing. I'm going to do that. Let's just get this right. So even if I screw this one up, if I sub-assemble it after it's like aligned, we could go really, this thing could get super precise really, really fast. So take this, and I'm going to rotate this back into the zeroed position, right? We'll rotate back into 0, right? And then we'll move this back. So what triangles do we know are aligned already? That one is aligned. That one is aligned. Is this one? Is that one? Is this one? We don't know. So here's what we do. We take this. Let's do this right. Start with what we have. So we set that to 3 because it's zeroed correctly. Set that to 3. That gets us to the first triangle. It's perfect. We know that that's perfect. Now we set it to 6. Now these child triangles, look, they're off. They're not right. It's not correct. And if we set these to absolute snap, actually, we don't want to set them to absolute snap. But absolute snap did put it in position. Interesting. Okay, now the point is lined up with the leading edge. What about you down here? So where does absolute snap get that one? It's interesting that absolute is getting us exactly what we want. See? Okay. If I get these two to align to each other, yeah, I see what's going on in here. You're going to need to move that up because the center pivot point on these triangles isn't exact. We're still going to have to fiddle with it a little bit, guys, when we go to make it. I can tell you right now, because that's not right. I see. We'll just move that up there. And this just seems inherent to the geometry. There's a little bit of an overlap there that doesn't look... It's just because it's an imprecise part. Nobody... The person that made these panels was never intending somebody to do what I'm doing with them, but that's fine. We can work with it. It's no problem. We can work with it. It's easy. Easy peasy. They are equilateral firework, but the center of mass of the triangle is not in the direct center of the triangle. I can usually follow pretty damn well. Don't know if I'm under the weather right now, but what you're doing and attempting to create now is melting your brain. Excellent. Good. So now we set that to 9. And we line up our next... Actually, we can just get rid of that for now. The point of the triangle needs to be on the leading edge of the strut. And I'm going to go ahead and guess if we snap to absolute, it lines it up perfectly. Okay. Passing, what I'm doing here is I'm making a tool to be able to basically manufacture this shape quite easily without having to kind of mess with it. I should be able to nail this shape instantly here. I'm trying to make this underside straight. I want to make it out of panels, dude. I want to make it out of panels. I'll take the part count hit. I've decided. It's gonna suck. Especially when the shuttle gets near big space stations. That's really gonna suck. We're gonna get some frame rate lag. But don't care. I'll find other places to cut down on parts. I actually checked. This thing with payload is 470 something with parts. It's not 371. 371 is... I don't know where I pulled that number out of. So this is like 400 something parts with payload in the bay. How are you making sure that tool is exact? I used absolute snap in the editor to make sure it's completely aligned. And then I eyeballed a couple of things here and there, but it's exact. So that panel spacing is exactly right. So let's see what happens when we rotate this on a 5-degree increment. What does it look? Oh, the seams line up perfectly. Yeah, okay. We need the offset. The offset is what we want. That's what we need. Okay, so now, watch. Now we take this panel. This is basically a tool to manufacture this piece. It's a tool to manufacture it. I know it sounds ridiculous, but what I don't want to do is sit in here and then just, you know, oh yeah, that looks kind of good. Let's do that. And then wind up with dents in my thermal protection system. I don't want to do that because that's not what the shuttle does. It doesn't look like that. And the more high fidelity I can get this shape because it's higher parts, the more accurate this will be to the real thing. It'll fly better in Kerbal because we're taking more points of sample for the arrow right? And don't get me wrong, Kerbal doesn't read all these panels and go, oh, that's what it's doing. No. It's just more points of sample of flying through a medium, right? Of flying through the air. More points of sample will give you a higher fidelity simulation, like a higher vertex 3D mesh. That's why higher part count vessels clog up the simulation, because it's a higher fidelity simulation. Yeah, dents in the TPS is usually a bad idea. So now we take this and we absolute. And if I saw this right, we should be able to just move that right there, and that should be aligned. The point of the triangle is lined up perfectly with the leading edge if we absolute snap, but we needed to make sure that the rest of this was absolute snapped and then moved into position correctly. Now that we know that that works, what we can do, check this out. So let's copy it, right? And then we make it longer. I was basically doing this before, but now I have a tool. I have a precision tool that I zeroed against this to basically be able to check. So we're going to move out another 600 mil. And yes, it is 600 mil. It's calibrated. That's centimeters right there. So if we move out 12, that's 12 centimeters. We're going to be in the exact point of that triangle right there. See? Point of the triangle is pointing to the front edge of the leading strut. Now we go to 15. This is the piece that I just placed. Point of the triangle right there is at the front of the leading edge of the strut. Done. Now, let's do it again. Go out here like this. So if we go another 3 to 18, that's right in the center. We go to 21 right there. And then we go to 24 right there. Good. Perfect. Now, we know that absolute snapping is what is the right move. Absolute snapping will snap everything else into place, so I don't really think we need to measure it in case, unless I'm missing somebody and something and somebody wants me to sit here and measure it, I don't need to measure it. That's the right length that we need right there. Is the absolute world-based snap? Yes. Global. Yes, City Robot. Yep. Exactly. We can go check to any multiple of 3. So let's do 60. 60 should be right at a point of a triangle. It is. It's exact. So what about 63? 63 centimeters out. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. We know that that's right. So, why is this important? Why do I need that? Okay, what are you doing? Well, watch. So, we know that one of these edges is 600 millimeters. Or 6 centimeters, right? Or 0.6 meters. We know that. So halfway through is 3, right? That's 3 centimeters. 300 mil. Right? Set that to 3. Boom. Done. We're set at 3. So now, my first triangle, like I just said, actually, first thing we got to do is sub-assemble this thing. Dump the small strake edge. Copy this. Go here. Small triangle calibrated strake edge. 9-5 boy me Bob. That's correct, City Robo. Yep. It's just tooling. I literally built a precision. This was just a caliper. It's just a caliper to measure, to make sure that every triangle is completely equidistant from each other. That's all. That's all we did here. Now we know that these are perfectly placed. They are perfectly placed and perfectly spaced. Now keep in mind, perfect spacing like that. And remember, this perfect spacing is dependent on the pivot point. We know that this edge is 6 centimeters. So we know that that pivot point, if you move that pivot point down here, that pivot point is 3 centimeters from either side of the triangle, right? Because each one of the edges on the triangle is 6 centimeters. Done. So, how far would these two be away from each other if that was the case? How far would they be away from each other? 6 centimeters, right? I have the tool calibrated to centimeters here. You could calibrate it to feet, you could calibrate it to inches, you can calibrate whatever you want. Metric is easier to measure things with, straight up. You didn't hear that from me though. So it makes perfect sense, because these were engineered in metric. If these triangles were 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, we'd be using feet and inches, because it would be easier. But nobody wants to hear that. Thanks, Durzes, I appreciate it. This whole VOD of shuttle building I'm supposed to demonstrate all the building techniques that I can to solve these problems, because building a shuttle and building the shape right is difficult. So I'm pulling out all the stops here, guys. Best I can build. Absolute best I can build. Who did that? Imagine if they were 1 foot by 1 foot, but the snapping was still in centimeters. That illustrates a point that I always talk about, City Robo, that nobody understands. I don't give a frick what measuring system you're using. It depends. If these triangles were 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot instead of 6 centimeter by 6 centimeter by 6 centimeter, right? Then I would want my machine to work around the triangles, right? So I would engineer my machine for Imperial. It depends. But these are engineered in metric, so it makes sense to engineer in metric. I don't really care. I can use both of them. Doesn't matter to me. It really depends on the context, the situation. But yeah, no one cares about that. Check your staging, check your units. That's right. All right, so let's do this. If you don't have a standardized measuring system on the project that you're working on, that's a project management problem, not a measurement problem. So let's check it. We're calibrated to 3. Now let's set this to 330, which gives us the first angle that we want. And now this angle, fortunately, is a snap angle. So it should just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Leading edge of the triangle is still absolutely lined up with the datum right there. Perfect. Okay, good. Now, how I had this before was rotating this on 5-degree increments. So the next triangle would have been a 5-degree increment. And then the next one after that would have been another 5-degree increment like that. That didn't get me the right shape. That ended up causing the thing to turn convex, which is not what we want. That's no good. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think I could get this thing to snap like this particularly. I'm not sure we'd be able to get it right. I'm going to eyeball this still, but it'll be a lot more precise than with the tooling than if I just eyeballed it. It'll be a lot more precise rather than just me eyeballing it with sleight of hand. So, we want to rotate. Let's try 2-degree increment. The whole idea is to get basically to get to this position down here and don't have this thing bow out like that. See how those two triangles are like this? They should be like that. We don't want it to do that. Lower rotational increments here, lowering the rotational increments down from 5 degrees to like 2 degrees will work a lot more in our favor. The thing will never go, long story short, with geometry and stuff, it'll never go convex because of how, geometry works, if that makes any sense. So, here's another thing that we can do just to ensure that we are 100% accurate. Take this thing, right? Take one triangle, okay? Set this back to 360. right? And then we take the triangle, move it back, down like this, right? We know that the triangle is moving on snap increments. We know that. So if I take this thing and move it straight again, right? We take our calibrator, triangle calibrator, right? And because we're working off the leading edge, we need to be over here. Now we just take this. We make sure it's in an exact position as the other triangle. Watch. So I have the struts to confirm position, and then we have the triangle to master the position. So take this thing, move it all the way back over there, and then we'll set that triangle as gold, so we know that that's the datum triangle. We don't want to touch that no more. So let's take this, set this 69. Nice. Set it to 3. Set our rotational offset to 330 degrees, 330. Now, if I take this in the editor with local snap on, it doesn't matter. It could use absolute because you're aligned to the long axis. So we move it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's perfect. We know it's exact. So we want to rotate on a 2-degree increment now. So set the next one. Remember, half of the edge on the triangle is 3 centimeters. Okay? But we're going to the next manipulator triangle, which is here. So we have 3 and 3 again. So we got to add 6 to 3. So we get 9 right here. Move that to 9. Right? And now what we're going to do is we're going to take the rotational controller here. And we set it to 328. Set it to 328 because that's 2 degrees off of 330. Okay? Take this right here. We can turn off angle snap because we don't need to snap on the angle. And move that into position like that. Now, add 6 again. Go over here again. Actually, I figured out another way to do this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Master length extension should also be 51, like that. And then we're counting at 2 degrees of rotation. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32. So go over here, set that master value on the rotational control to 32. Angle controller. Oh. We're gonna rotate 32 degrees, so... Praga, you can't do that. Since you're using the mod, you may want to check out the Precise Editor mod. No. No, I'm good, Raid. I like doing it this way. This is fun, and I'm inventing new things and coming up with awesome ways to build stuff in Kerbal. We gotta do some math here. 360. Guys, brush me up on the math. I'm like way far into this. If we do 328 divided by 360, that should give you the percentage that 328 degrees is. It's 0.91. So that means we would need to move 0.9 degrees over 0.9 over this cal controller off the zeroed position. So this needs to be set to 0.9. Well, no, it needs to be reciprocal, right? So 0.9, like that. And that should get us a 32-degree rotation. If we take the calibrator, bingo. Awesome. But I have it dialed in for a frigging left strake, so that's not going to work. Right? Boom. Straight calibrator 9001 online. So watch this. So we take our stake calibrator, we set it to 3. It should line up perfectly with that. But we had to, we started from a 30-degree rotational position. I forgot to take into account the original 30-degree rotational offset. So 328, which means we need 298. 298 divided by 360 is 82. So we have to start at 0.91 and go to 82.7 on this rotational controller here. It rounded up. It rounded up using, because it's float. So 0.7 is closer to... Damn you, float. I hate float. I hate you so much. I don't like how it took my angle controller and it has my straight calibrator is controlling the angle controller on a 0 to 1, which is really annoying. It should be 0 to 360 so we can dial in that number correctly, but it's okay. It just doesn't work like that. So, all right. Let's just make sure that that's right. Set that to 3. Plus in a point right there. And make sure that point is set to 0.91 because it needs to stagger. The rotation needs to start right there. Decimals are screwing me right now. The straight calibrator isn't going to work exactly right because it's not starting from a zeroed position. So you're going to get decimal places. Make the angle go from 0 to 90 so you have more margin. You think so? Cache, I can do that. Oh, that's not the right direction now, is it? Switch that over to positive. There. We're working on a 0 to 90 there. Cool. Can you just set the rotation of the jig? We could. You know what? Straight controller is scope. The straight calibrator is scope creep. Get rid of it. And just so we don't have any deviance here, like, let's set this to where it was before, just so we know the numbers that we're dealing with. Cool. All right. I was gonna try to make a controller that would just rotate this automatically, but it's fine. That's needless automation. In the time it took me to do that, I could have finished the stupid thing. All right, so set this one to 9. Right there. First controller is already in position. So, take this. We need to set the rotation. $330 would have been that, so this needs to be set to 328. Okay, we set it to 328. Alright, so 9. And then we need to go... $15. And then we need to take 2 out of our rotational tool. $326. There we go. Now we go to 21. Make sure the triangle is aligned correctly. We rotate by another 2 degrees. 24. Take the whole dang thing. Okay. 27. 322. Okay. 33. Set that to 320. Rotate it again. Okay. That's pretty dang spot on. Alright, so 39. 318. Good motor. 5. See, this is what I mean. You see what I'm doing? I'm making it. It makes it for you. I don't have to guess the rotation. I took the guesswork out of it. And those are all exact to like the 1000th decimal place. They're perfect. About as perfect as the stock Kerbal editor is gonna get you. And I know what people are asking. I can feel the questions through the computer. Why the hell are you taking all this time to do this? Well, if I'm going to build a space shuttle, it's my favorite spacecraft ever. I have the technical resources and understanding and capability to be able to do this. Long story short, because I can. Yeah, because I can. Yeah, that's the truth. Fun editor tip. The further your mouse is away from where your manipulator, so if you select rotation and then you move all the way out here and then you move very slowly, the finer the adjustment gets. Just on a side note. Because the shuttle is freaking worth it. I love this thing. And if we're going to do this, like I said, we're doing it right. And this is what I mean about taking all the stuff that I know about building launch pads and stuff and applying it to the shuttle and the stuff that the shuttle is going to build. We're gonna get nuts. This is gonna get insane. Also, nice. 308. Did you see the ULA news? No. Yeah, a lot of kinetic energy experiments, Goalie. It's an exciting day indicator as ULA broke ground on a facility for our Vulcan rocket to support the largest commercial launch contract in history and double our launch rate. Thanks, local. Oh, we're at maximum throw. Not good. Okay, we're gonna have to do it that way. I'll just have to move the part. In fact, doing it this way actually might have been an easier way to do it now that I'm thinking about it, but I wouldn't have thought about it had I not seen the tool working in real time. I just thought of a bunch of different ways to optimize this freaking thing. Yeah, Pacey, for sure. That would have been a nice way to do it, but it's okay. Because this tool can do both of those things. But yeah. Okay. Cool. Now what we do, set this to local. And then we take this and we... Whoop, actually, we'll set it to 3 to get back into the zeroed position. There we go. Look at that. Oh, it's perfect. Drummer, we made a jig tool with cow controllers to get smaller rotational increment offsets here to be able to make the shape that I'm looking for. Basically, I have a protractor right here, and that protractor can move that triangle, and the struts mark the angle. The protractor can move the triangle to make sure that I can move stuff on the right increments. See what I'm talking about? So in this case, you know, in the editor, you're going to snap on a 5-degree increment. I just snapped a panel using this tool on a 2-degree increment, and it is perfect. Will it have the jagged edge when it's done? No. So I'm going to take that part that we just made. This is Proto Strake 1. Now we have this piece with a perfect 2-degree offset. Now, if you guys notice, I have another line here, okay? You guys notice I have another line. If I line this thing back up here, we don't need the tool anymore, but I'll just keep it here just in case. If we line this up right with the edge, like we should, as one does, as is tradition, that line right there, see how it's a little bit crooked? That line right there is this. It's marking the flat area of the panels. All we have to do now, and this is why I saved the part just in case. This is why I have Proto Strake right there. Now we just line it up with the strut. The strut is the flat bottom of the shuttle. It's those, that strut is marking those pieces right there. See? Is this the part where DOS calls you to say you don't have symmetry on? Why would I have symmetry on right now? Why would I, did I miss something? We're not making the part in symmetry. We're fabricating it and then placing it in symmetry. These are the old crappy, this is the crappy version. In fact, we should just dump this right now. But I'll leave it there because it looks cool. This is gonna look cooler when it's done. So, what we gotta do now, what we should be able to do, and I don't know if I can make a tool to measure this, but I know we can eyeball it because I know it'll be right. All we got to do is just line the triangles up again on the Proto Strake. Align every other triangle. They should be bending on the right axis to take into account that 2-degree offset per triangle group. You good? Thank you. Appreciate that. I know you're not saying, oh, you're good. No, just like, sorry. Good. Both. Yep. Nice, Vulcan. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure how we're going to do this rotational offset, nor am I 100% sure what it's going to be. But what I am going to do is take Protostrake now that everything is lined up. That's with the upper triangles aligned. Some think it's okay. Yeah. Alright, now, how do we make this work? Look at that. I just want to point out here that we essentially have a surface here that is helical. We have a helical surface right here, and it is exact. That is exact. It is exact rotation on a 2-degree increment, and it's like, look at that. Look at how smooth that piece is. That's why I made the tool. Don't worry about this down here. It's a little jagged on the bottom. I'm talking this strip of panels right there. Look at that. It's perfect. Perfect. See that? When you make some precision tooling for yourself, this is what I mean about complicated engineering. Like, you want to go make parts, like aerospace grade parts in real life, the tooling is just as important. The machine that makes the machine is just as important as the actual part that it makes. In fact, fabricating the part is the easy part. Figuring out how to fabricate the part is the hard part. That's the difficult thing to do. When do we invent a lathe in KSP? You ever stared at it? Maslam marveled at its beauty, its genius. Did you know that the first Strake, Maslam, was designed to be perfect, without pain or suffering? It was a disaster. It didn't look good on the shuttle. Entire panel crops were lost. Which brings you to the Strake that you see before you. Alright, I'm not 100% sure on how this part's going to come together, so let's just do this and kind of see where it takes us. I hate it. I hate that it leaves that gap there. It's going to make it look so weird. We might have the slack, so to speak, to fix that though. Alright. That's one. And now let's go all the way. Actually, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Don't do that at all. No, pass this part. In fact, never do this part again. I think I have the workflow figured out. Center that as best you can. But we want it centered on one side. It's not going to line up. It's going to be a little crooked, but that's okay. What was the part count of the last Collins? Drummer, I'm just going to make this thing. I'm going to make it, and we're going to make it with this. And if I can find ways to optimize the part count from there, I will. The last Collins up here, this is 450 with robotic, 455 with robotic arm and payload. And the payload is not that many parts. It's maybe like 10 to 15 parts. 455. I'm aiming for around 400. I'd really like to get this thing to 400. Now, why is this thing so many... How did this thing end up being so many parts? You know what? I'm not 100% sure. Probably because it has the passive latching system in here. Which I can remake, only make, like, way better. I have a latch system in here, then we could eliminate a ton of parts from this. The payload sits inside of Kraken Tech bearings to get it to sit correctly. The actual shuttle does that too. You designed that before you got rusty, yeah? I think so. All right, sit back and relax. I got to do this about 10 to 15 more times. Very subtle rotation. I really like the system you got going on. It makes the tessellation procedure more clear. Yeah, I just made it. I made tooling for it, dude. Yeah, this is, guys, all the, I'll be honest with you. Like, I probably could have whipped up a better way to make a 2-degree rotational offset thing a lot faster than that. I did that so people can understand where my headspace is. Like, this is super useful, but all I needed to do is put this on a servo and call it a day. But this visualizes it way better. And I've said this before. I said this at the start of the VOD today. I really want this to be an example of advanced building technique. Like, you really want to build crazy stuff in KSP. You want to build insane stuff. Here's how you go about thinking about doing it. And tessellation is master build level, dude. But yeah, that's cool. I'm glad it helped. Some sources say bullcrap is going around on Twitter in the past hour about some employee comments on Starship's integration process. Don't worry about it. The guy who wrote it doesn't have any idea how Starships work in the first place. Okay. All right. Noted. Yeah, local, right? The Apollo engineers wish they had this. I mean, this isn't anything that you couldn't figure out with a ruler and a protractor, to be honest with you. So they actually probably could have figured this out, but shh, shh. Camelot. 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 It's only a model. Shh. 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 'Tis but a scratch. Scratch your arms off, no it isn't. What's that then? Have it worse. You liar. Come on, you pansy! Your arm's off, no it isn't. Now stand aside, worthy adversary. Now that was... What? Come on, you pansy. I'm invincible. You're a loony. The Black Knight always triumphs, haven't you? Come on, then. Alright, we'll call it a draw.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastards, come back here and see what's coming to you. I'll bite your legs off. I don't know why I suddenly broke out into Monty Python, but whatever. Are you mad? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bristol, hey man, 54-month resub. Thank you. It reminds me of a line from 2010, the year we made contact. I feel stupid. How do you say stupid? Dirac. Dirac, that's me. Shouldn't feel that. Same thing happened to me the first time I did this. When have you ever done this before? Never. Do you plan on curving that top section of triangles? Curving? This? No. You'll see why. Okay, the rest of this we're gonna have to hand massage up in there because I'm not sure where it's gonna go. But save. Okay, we can get rid of that ruler. That was just marking where the strike was. The last pulls last. then it wouldn't make sense to make them squares in half the part count. You're probably thinking ahead of me, 95. It probably does, but I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. But I can tell that you're thinking step down the road. I'm much too involved to understand what the heck you're talking about right now, dude. Sorry. Like, I figure I'd be honest. Like, give me 1 second, dude. I think I understand what you're saying, but like, I'm into this right now. I'm like, ah. All right, here's the moment of truth. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what the jig machine was for. This is why I made it. Perfect. Literally leading edge tech. Hey! That was hard, man. Phoenix, what do you think, buddy? I really hope this damn thing flies. I really hope this thing flies. It would suck if it didn't. I mean, that was only, what, a couple hours? It's 5:30, okay. It's not ready, weed. This is a glorified shell. Alright, guys, we're gonna move to prototype 2, or proto 2. And with proto 2, I'm gonna leave the jig in proto 1. I'll just leave it there, it doesn't matter. I was gonna say, we'll just get rid of it, but it's okay. I basically kept this as a save point. So, because we have another file here, we can get rid of that. What did I get rid of there? Delete strut cube. Delete strut cube. Okay. Reinforced Kerbal. That's right. Look at how choice that is compared to this. I mean, untrained eye, you're not going to see much. But this is a much more complicated shape geometrically, so there's going to be a little bit of overlap, but that one is absolutely perfect. the cell, for lack of a better word. Last so I can stop annoying you. This is the triangle I was talking about to turn into squares. No. 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 No, no. Why would I turn those into squares? 95. That's not straight. That's not a straight edge. It's not a straight edge. It turns. It's not a straight edge, dude. Look at it right here. See what I mean? That's not a straight edge. You can't replace it with squares. It is, dude, all of these are a convex surface. Can't do that. You could, okay, all right, to be 100% fair, you could replace it with squares. No one would notice. Everyone would be like, oh my god, that looks so cool. Your squares would have overlap. They would look like this. I did it so it has no overlap. It is literally perfect. There is overlap. Every single triangle has the exact same amount of overlap. It is perfectly uniform. It doesn't get it. I don't think I can do much better than that. Chase speed. I have no tires. I have no RCZ. I mean, if I knew. I mean, Father, you deorbit. We're all gonna die. Don't breathe. You're in space. Don't breathe. Now, I'll be honest with you. I hate that it bulges out right there, right before it enters this shape. That absolutely infuriates me. Then change it. Okay. Brake check. Yeah, fellas, give me a second here. I'm gonna take 5. I'm gonna get up and stretch. What do you think? Like, I'm just gonna go walk around the garage. I'll be right back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm back.
Right, shit.
Brimo's here, guys.
EJ wanted to show me something.
So,
I got my space pants.
you got your space pants?
I got my space pants on.
Nice. Oh god, he's back. Kill bomb. 69-month reset. Nice. All right, so look at the strake. Look at this part on the shuttle. See those panels?
Yeah.
Those panels look good, right?
Yeah.
Do they look straight?
Yeah.
They're not.
What?
Look at it now.
What?
They're helical.
How you do?
I have a tool here that has a triangle as a marker, and then you line it up on the jig, and you can move the triangle out.
Whoa.
Right? Damn fly. Right? You can move the triangle out, but you can also rotate it. And you can make perfect helixes with it. I used it to make the shuttle strake because the shuttle strake isn't just some straight freaking piece. Turns out that it kind of... Oh. See this right here? Watch that edge.
Ah. I see.
So I made a tool to be able to make that with panels.
Neat.
Yep, that looks straight, but it's not. It is helical.
Neat.
They look like they're all next to each other.
That's pretty neat.
Hey, Lavo, what's going on? Yep.
That's pretty neat.
Helical! Megan! No.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff!
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. Jeff. So yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
I used the jig to line up the triangles and you can make pieces with it. I made a tool. I made tooling in KSP. That's just, yeah, it's tooling. Remo, does EJ float?
What? We all float down here, chat.
When you get a chance, you should check your email.
A mail. I haven't been on top of the mail. Oh. That's a nice Amal.
Oh. What's a craft you would recommend to a beginner tessellator to build? HL20. Yeah. Crashes that. Excuse me. What's the file format, if you don't mind? How the heck are you going to do the landing gear? I might just make them pop out of the landing gear bay. Oh, okay. Ray, where'd you? You're behind me, right?
Mm-hmm. And I don't know how to open them. Well, that's fine.
That's a big file.
Nah, it's only got 20 seconds.
Is there any fancy way to see all the angles? Try NTRS. Actually, you know what? You don't want the HL20. You want the X... No.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Mr. Goose, Roger. Where are you? What did you break?
I didn't break anything. How are you getting the memo I broke something?
There we go. It's the X3895. Make the X38. That one's easier. X38. That would be an easier thing for you to make. Yeah, that's what you want. Give me 1 second, dudes. Let's just say we're getting additional reference. In Blender, import FBX, then select the file. Oh, yeah. Great instructions. Yes. Yes. $95, you should just probably try to do what I just did and make the tool first. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Give me 1 second, dudes. Crash, the right speed of unzipping this thing is going to
Discovery,
take
go and
forever.
throttle up.
Hey B0. Maybe close KSP. Yeah, we'll take 5 from Kerbal. We'll take 5 from Kerbal and we'll. Is that seat comfy, Bree?
It's okay.
It's a Supra seat. What do you mean it's just okay?
My back hurts, so
It has lumbar support.
yeah, I guess it does.
Guys, you'll see. Crash, thank you.
This is pretty legit, though.
It is cool, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark II Super Hawks, so a real one. Kerbal is still closing, by the way, so yeah, that was eating up a good amount of memory. You know what? We don't need the textures. I'll just look at it in wireframe. That'll work.
Yeah, you know, you did make this whole seat, but our coat hanger still isn't hung up.
Where is the coat hanger, Bree?
In the mudroom.
I don't think it is. Hey, don't break it.
No, I'm just...
Give it 1 second.
The important part isn't where is the coat hanger. If the coat hanger was hung up, we would know where it was.
You've convinced yourself. It's still opening. Yeah. Love you too.
We have 20 gigs of RAM.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh.
Well, chat, I can see when I've been replaced. I guess I'll see you later then.
Bye, Bree. Love you.
Love you too.
This is 20 million tries. Oh, baby, you going back to the house though? Seriously?
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you later. I love you. Dude. Hold on. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I had your babos. What the Wait, I was using
Tranquility Base here.
hand check. Sorry, and Geeson had a tip in there. I'm sorry, Geeson. I'll check the tip now. I got a little distracted. What is this? Just... hand check. So, Wheat, Captain Crash bought me that. That's what we're looking at. Yeah, the textures are 1.5 gigs, so I just didn't download. I didn't install those. That's what you guys are looking at in Maya. Crash bought me the model. Hey, where's the mid deck? Is the mid deck down there? Let's go down a little ways. Why is there a radar dish in the nose cone? There isn't. At least I don't think there is. It's not a radar dish, that's the mount for the RCC nose cone. That's the mount, that's the mounting mechanism. At least I think. Either that or it's a radar dish, I don't know. What in the absolute balls is this, man? What is NASA searching for off the coast of Cali? I don't... what? I don't know what that means. Is the mid deck in here? Let's go through the hatch. Ready? No way. No way, man. Internal airlock. Huh. Atlantis didn't carry the air... whatever. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Whatever. It's fine. Doesn't matter. This is insanely high res, dude. That's the mid, or this is the flight deck here. It's 20 million tries. Or no, 38 million tries. Scary. This is not. Frick me, man. Are they? There should be 6 tanks in here. Oh, missing 2. He's missing 2 tanks. Helium tanks aren't there. The Somes pod would not be able to fire. There's no helium in it. Interesting. vehicles. Perfect, dude. There's your locator datum and there's your fuel line. It's perfect, man. Let's go look in the fun house in the back and see what we can see. So this is the T0 carrier umbilical plate. Let's go in here. Dude. Dude. Oh. All the engines are there. There's an SSME avionics controller. It's a Block 2 avionics controller. Holy shnikes, dude. Un-freaking believable. Now, if we look back up here, there should be fuel cells somewhere around. Hydrazine fuel. Dude, they're there. Unfreaking believable. And now, on the other side, if we back through this wall, should find our way into the payload bay. Bro, look at the res on those wires. You gotta be kidding me. Can you blow the model up? I'd have to... Does that help? Holy crap, all the stringers are there. So this is a model that was done by Albin Merle, and that's a hand grenade. And it is quite possibly the most complete 3D model of a shuttle that NASA doesn't have. One guy did this. Took 400 hours to make this model. I'd believe that. Absolutely. Last, please. Dude, I'm busy right now. The gods have listened to your prayers. SF-44 is now Tuesday, November 1st at 9:40 a.m. Cool. Yeah, I mean, this guy's a pro. I wish I was this good at 3D modeling. Like, I wish. I bow down to the master. Dude, it's perfect. It's exact. That's perfect. It looks perfect. It looks exactly like it. That's unbelievable. Like, dude, even the Nomex is textured right. Even the fading on the Nomex is perfect. It looks exactly like it looks like a picture. Are the engines and gear rigged? No, I don't think so. Unbelievable. Wait, is the airlock in the payload bay? Oh yeah, it's there. Yeah, okay. Dude, I got nothing. The payload latching system is there, and all the rigging for the doors is there. You may explore it with textures on. No. Dude, I didn't load the textures in, and I don't think I could rip it correctly in Maya to do that right. Yep. Parachute's there, or at least the door for it is there. Dude, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. I don't have anything else to say. Perfect. Dude, well, at least we got some good reference for the shuttle. Wait, I can't model at this res. I'm not good enough. I would need to practice in Maya for years to get this. It's unbelievable. It looks exactly like it. It is exact. That's just damn impressive, dude. What's that locator control? Oh, yes. I see what he did. He parented part of the skin to the locator. So there's some hierarchical fun here at play. So yeah, that's so he could take the skin off. Wowzers. All the stringers are there. Unfreaking believable. Dude, the hydraulics are there. What are your thoughts on the Lego Discovery? Yeah, that's cool. Do we have another locator? What's the other locator for? Oh, yeah, okay. That's nuts. Yeah, he's missing 2 helium tanks right there. The Ohms pod has 6 tanks inside of it. 2 helium, 2 NTO, 2 MMH. See, you can even see the brackets for them. They're there, but they're not there in the model, which is kind of strange. I don't know why you'd do that. Maybe, I mean, honestly, the reference picture that he's probably using, the reference picture he probably found for it didn't have the HE tanks loaded in or something. Here. Oh, no. I'm wrong. I thought they were up there, but this diagram is showing it in the back, and so is that one. So maybe I'm wrong. You know what? I don't even care if I'm wrong. That's I don't even care. I really don't. Look at this thing. I don't care. It's amazing. I'll take the L. That's fine. Is the helium tank there? Show me your ohms pods, Gypsy. Oh. Huh. All right. Cool. That's really awesome, dude. Crash, thank you for buying me that model. That's pretty much like the ultimate. It's the ultimate reference, dude. With that being said, let's get back into KSP. Yeah, Wisp, honestly, 400 hours for a pro, for like a professional modeler. That's a lot of work, dude. See Discord. No, you can't have it. Buy it. What was the artist's name again? Albin Merle. Dude. I mean, okay, there's some things here and there. That is the gnarliest shuttle model I've ever seen. That plumbing is all right. It's correct. It has mid decks, it has flight decks, it has the payload bay. Bro. It's perfect. It's friggin' perfect. It looks exactly like it. That is about as close as you're going to get to a blueprint of the shuttle. Guy has spacesuits too. I mean, dude, that hand grenade. What is that? An M67? No, it's not an it might be. I don't know. Dude. That's pretty damn good for a 3D model. That looks... Look how the floor is angled. I saw it as on the last picture. The floor is angled all the way to the back of the aft. It's the last picture. Floor is angled apparently all the way to the aft end of the payload bay. Dude, this guy is good at cloth, too. Look at the cloth. Oh, my God. Ah, yes. The freaking Pope. Hey! That's the XEMU. Dude. He has an A7L spacesuit. And the aces. And they're rigged, too. Oh my goodness. This guy is a freaking legend, man. That's unbelievable. Wait a minute. It's rigged. Yeah. That's pretty damn good, dude. Wow. Yeah, it's perfect. That's an A7L. Dude, that looks real. That looks real. And I'm saying that as a 3D artist. That looks real. It's pretty damn close. Yes, they did. Yeah, he has a reflection map shader on the helmet, Rocket Guy. It's, dude, that... Ugh. That's, dude. And I'll be honest with you guys. This guy's a damn good character rigger as well. So the reason why the astronaut's dancing isn't just because it's funny. I mean, it is funny. But he's trying to show squash and stretch. Squash and stretch. Do you see the spacesuit binding anywhere? Nope. That's extremely good character modeling. So like when the model moves its shoulders around, you don't see anything. The cloth doesn't fold over like this, right? It doesn't do that. It deforms like cloth. You don't know how hard that is to do. That's really, 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 really good stuff. This guy, I wonder what studio he works for, if at all. He's trying to show the cloth deformation on the A7L. You notice how, like, there's a full range of movement with the arms like this? Getting cloth to conform around a 3D rig is extremely difficult. That's real specialized work. Don't get me wrong. Character rigging is just something that takes time and practice. So, it's like welding. Think of it like welding. With welding, anybody can weld. You can weld, I can weld. But there's a difference between the guy that gets paid $1,000 an hour to weld and my $2 an hour welds, if at all. You know what I mean? There's good and then there's great. And to the untrained eye, there's not that much of a difference, right? But I know what to look for with that stuff. That's the kind of stuff I kind of went to college for. That's very good. It's very good. You would paint weights, Karanov, to bind certain parts to a IK rig. Yeah. Yeah, that's how that works. He's good missing an O. Yeah, that guy's really, really good. That's like... I'd be curious to see. Okay, so the guy's from France. I'm wondering if he works for, like, whomever. No way. Here's the turntable. Dude, I don't even think the real spacesuit has that much dexterity, to be like 100% honest with you. I don't think the real spacesuit can do that, which is why these animations look very strange comparatively to the A7L. I'm pretty sure the SpaceX flight suits don't do that. They can't do that. You can't move like that in the suit. That's why this looks weird. Even still, though, great rigging. Ooh, a hazmat suit. That's a pilot, U.S. pilot. Paratrooper. XEMU. There's, Dude. No, back it up. Oh. MMU. I've seen the shuttle animation, Ordon, yeah. Dude. The EVMU with the MMU. Unbelievable. Oh, and a safer pack, too. Man, that's good stuff. Wow. Yep, there's the safer pack. The safer pack is a little tiny jetpack that has like maybe 20 meters a second delta V. It's there just in case you untether yourself from the space station or something hits the fan and you free drift. That's what a safer unit does. See it right there? It's this weird thing that looks like a walking stick. Now, Safer is a smaller version of NASA's Manned Maneuvering Unit. There's the MMU. MMU is like a full-on space jetpack. It has a couple 100 meters a second delta V. It's for on-orbit EVA operations. So they could work on spacecraft in space. Untethered, which is just... What you guys are looking at is a spacesuit-shaped spacecraft. This has life support, propulsion systems, everything. All right, that was a hell of a thing. Thanks for buying me that model, Crash. I do appreciate it. I'm going to use it to show people things about the shuttle, but yeah, dude. Safer only has like 5 to 10 meters a second at best. The MMU has like 200 to 300. Are those currently being used? Safers? Yes. MMUs? No. MMUs were deemed too unsafe after Challenger. ...1984 style. No, Grant, I haven't. Guy does work professionally as a senior 3D artist. I mean, Rocket Guy, that is... Take it from somebody that's my domain. That is insanely good. Like, you deserve to like run a studio. Good. Knee jerk. Hellfish. NASA didn't really see the need for something like that. Guys, a lot of stuff that had nothing to do with STS-51L got scrapped because of STS-51L. They were looking for an excuse. Shuttle Centaur, for instance. It's too dangerous. MMU, too dangerous. It happens. That's, I mean... I don't know what to tell you. I think this is his IMDb page. What has he worked on? Oh yeah, he does VFX for Groom. Guys, the guy's massively talented. I don't know any of that stuff. It's just... Just installed Waterfall for the first time and holy moly. Alright, cool. That's awesome. Where we were at is right here. I just gotta smooth that edge out. What was the most accurate shuttle set in a movie? Gravity? Maybe? Yeah. Space Camp! Good answer. Good answer. Did the wing panels clip into the cargo bay? Nope. Alright, gravity and accurate. Depiction, not actual use. Tessa. Gravity, yeah, gravity is pretty damn close to good stuff. Space Cowboys? I don't know, man, maybe. Maybe. About how far along are you? Over 25? No. Yes, we're over 25%. That was the hardest part, dude. This right here was the most difficult piece. That was everything else we can fill in. I'm not too worried. That piece was insanely difficult to make, but I'm really happy that we did. Rocket Guy, have you seen this picture? I made a tooling jig in Kerbal to get a gradual part rotation every 2 degrees on each one of these root right there, there, and there. That looks nice and straight, doesn't it? It looks straight. It looks like I just placed them side by side, right? Nope. Nope. Want to see a hell of an optical illusion? Look at this. It's curved. It's helical. Ah. You were there? Alright, cool. I don't know, man. I kind of want to look at the front of this thing and fix this now because it bulges out in front of the strake. And I frankly hate it. Yeah. Yeah, to be Garth there. I just don't know how the heck I'm going to do that. How am I going to fix that? We have a bulge basically right here. We gotta fix. Indeed, that would also be bad for different reasons. Yep. From certain angles, though, where you can't see the bulge, that the bulge is there, it's pretty damn good, man. I'm gonna see if I could cut down on some part count and try to do literally this. See that right there? I'm gonna try to do that. See if we can get away with it. I'm thinking where we should go from here. I have to dial back in. I was dialed in when we made this, but I took a break for a second. Yeah, tooling jig right there. Great for making concave shape or convex shapes. That tool made this. Would you like to know more? I just want to see something here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, you can see the bulge right there. We could probably get around it. Hold on. We're on Proto 2, so I can always revert if we need to. So, what do we need to do to these triangles? Oh, it's just that those triangles look so perfect now, and these ones don't. I'm thinking. How would we do this? Could I keep that shape going and could we blend it in like that? That line is just below there, so it's right there. So it already kind of does blend. Will it blend? Yes, it will. Now, I don't need to put these wings up here. We don't need those. We shouldn't have to have those. Those shouldn't be there. I do like the underside, what we have thus far. So how do we find a way to blend these two together? How do we do that? How are we going to do it? There's a way. So we're on Proto 2, okay? So we already have... Let's cut out what I think we don't need. Just to see. So if this line was going here, it would intersect right there. So everything that's over here, from like here up, we don't need. Or we shouldn't theoretically need. So I can always revert. We can always revert to... You know what? Let's just... You know what? Let's just name it. Just name a new craft file. Screw it. Just make it... Just save as. There we go. We can always revert to Proto 2 if we want. So right there. So let's get rid of that. 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 Alright. Give me a ruler, just like we had before. The reason why I'm attaching the ruler... Actually, you know what? Make the ruler here up on a flat surface. Okay. Now take the ruler and put it right here. So move the ruler down over to here. And just pick up off that line. I really wish I didn't delete the thing that was here, but that's okay. There we go. That's the angle. So now take this piece, move it forward. Good. 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 Your farts have made you powerful. Give in to the spicy. Yo, have fun. What's more iconic, shuttle, Apollo, or Soyuz? Shuttle. Everyone can look at a shuttle, Pierto. Everyone can look at a shuttle and say, that's a spaceship. That goes into space. If they look at an Apollo or a Soyuz, well, Soyuz looks like a garbage bag. It looks like a full trash bag. And the Apollo capsule literally looks like a trash can. You look at the shuttle, that's a spaceship. That's a spaceship. And neither of those remarks about Apollo or Soyuz are meant to be in a derogatory way. You can't look at me and say that Soyuz doesn't look like a bunch of full trash bags stacked on top of each other. It absolutely does. Starliner is a space shuttle themed trash can. Korolev Cross is cool. I never said that it wasn't. There. That, for the most part, will show the shape that we need to make here. To me, Soyuz looks like 2 scoops of ice cream without the cone. 2 scoops of ice cream in a cup. Oh, no. It's 2 scoops of ice cream in a cup. Like, bro, come on. Come on now. Bro, who goes and gets 2 scoops of ice cream in a cup? It's gotta be on a cone. Like, what the hell's the matter with you? What the hell's the matter with you? You don't do it any bread. It's like breaking the spaghetti. In a cup. 2 scoops of ice cream in a shot glass? What? How are you gonna fit 2 scoops of ice cream in a shot glass? About 400, Jack. Trust you. I don't trust you. I don't think you know how big a shot glass is, CKAN, if you really want my honest opinion. Two cosmonauts, 1 cup. Oh no. Why'd you do that? Why? Electron, what did I do to deserve that? Oh my god. Oh. That's pretty funny, man. Oh my goodness. That's pretty good, dude. Never would I have thought my message would have caused this chain reaction. I'm sorry. It's alright, Pierto. All good, man. Alright, dudes. Suddenly I don't want ice cream. Why? Why not? All right. And up. Why? Oh, that hurts. Okay. It would have been free for you to not make that joke. You did it anyway. Curious. I thought it was funny. Also, Grab Shark, you know, now, you know, while we're just on the subject of calling people out, I'm calling you out in the middle of my stream. What the hell is this? You. I mean, are you wrong? I never tweet about trucks. Much. Oh. Troy Bruno's first horse died. Now I feel bad. Good. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Back to this. Wow, my wife burst into laughter when you said I never tweet about trucks. No. I don't think she believes you. I haven't seen it, Wisp. No. 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 I'm not sending it back. I do love trucks. You know what? This is what's called a double down. I love trucks, guys. You know what? You know I love trucks. I own 2 of them. I own 2 trucks, okay? I own 2 trucks. But the pickup truck in that shot that I tweeted is a 96 F350 crew cab long bed, okay? Crew cab long bed. You cannot say that that is that it's not a nice truck. That is a nice truck. Okay? It's like the truck that I have, but it has 2 more doors. That's a nice truck. And it's in navy, like it's in navy blue. There we go. Like that. See? You could say, well, particularly EJ, you could say, that's a nice truck. You wish you had a truck like that. Heck, I wish I had a truck like that. I mean, the truck's as long as a bus, guys. It's as long as a freaking bus. Like, it is a long truck. The truck's like 25 feet. Probably more than that. You can't say that I mean, I would have that. I'd have that. I mean, that is a nice truck. Oh, yeah. Look at it. 8-foot box, crew cab, 4x4. You can't lose with one of those things, man. Look at that thing. That thing's great. And before you say it, fuel economy? No, it's terrible. It's a truck. Of course it's bad. What the hell were you expecting? I could feel the judgment through the stream. Would you rather have the original Bigfoot? Nah, I'd take the quad cab. I mean, Errol, you step up to an F450, you get 1-ton axles. Yeah, see, they didn't make an F450 in '96. I think it may have been an F400. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's not querying anything. The 350 was the big boy one. In '96, the 350 may have come with 1-ton axles. 1-ton axles, the axle rating is like how you know how much the truck can haul. You have 1-ton axles, they're good up to a ton, right? And not like load, that's the whole truck. The axle can hand... Yo, look up F650. That's the one that's like a semi-truck, dude. Yeah, it's a freaking... Yeah, that's when you get into like a semi. Dude, I'd get one of those. I actually had an option on the table to buy one of these the other day. Same guy I bought the generator from. I didn't have 12 grand. It had a Cummins in it too. I'm regretting not having 12 grand. Anyway, so you get the big 1-ton axles. It's pretty much a military vehicle. Yeah, it's the 1-tons are like almost Humvee spec. Humvees have 1-tons, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. They're cool, man. And once again, I'm not some like crazy compensator guy that drives around some ridiculous big truck either. If you don't know me, I like trucks because they're useful. They are a useful piece of equipment. That's why I have one. That's why I have 2. 1-ton on 350 on the OBS. That's what I thought, Sawyer, yeah. Rocket Lab for you, teaching materials. Word. I think so, Phoenix, yeah. It's a monster. Alright, let's take a quick break here. Our separation systems have successfully deployed spacecraft on every mission. Oh, there's a decoupler. Yeah. Spring-loaded. Yep. We got a 550 and a 650 at work. The 550 drives just like a regular pickup. Jam, I'm from the UK. There's a guy near me who drives a Humvee pickup truck with some obscene stickers about Greta and vegans on the tailgate. Jam, that guy's just a Hammond. You know what I'm talking about? That guy's just a Hammond. Yep. You get that pretty much on the regular here. Humvee guy. No. Okay. All right. There's different truck stereotypes. Okay. There's different truck stereotypes. Humvee guy, not small PP. No. Probably average PP. Humvee guy hates everyone. Differences. There's a difference between compensation and hating everyone. Compensation versus being an insufferable person. Now, don't get me wrong. It's a Venn diagram. There's an overlap. Believe me. I deal with a lot of truck people. You know? There's differences here. Brodozers are the compensators. Alright. I have the same reaction to a brodozer, which a brodozer is a truck that's never designed to go off-road, that has a huge lift on it, and ridiculously big tires, like 30-inch tires with low-profile rims. It's supposed to look like an off-road vehicle, but it never goes off-road. Those are the compensator types. We don't steer clear of those people. I'm just kidding, guys. Guys, you do whatever you want to your car. As long as you're not endangering other people on the road, I don't really care. But killdozer when? I mean, dude, goalie, why not just buy a tank? What about a squatter? I hate squatted trucks, Pete. I hate them. Like, to be honest, look, it's like you do what you want to do to your car. I don't really care as long as you're not endangering me on the road, right? Like, squatted trucks are horrible. Squatted trucks endanger other people. They look stupid, and you took your truck, something that's useful, and literally made it useless. Lewis was on Jimmy last night. That's cool. On Jimmy Kimmel. Neat. See, but here's the thing, guys. Some dudes out there, Jam in the US, like Jam Dot in the US, some guys do that because it's funny. They do that. Some guys lift trucks and put like truck nuts on their truck and put stupid, obnoxious stickers on them to make fun of the people that actually do that, like unironically. I've seen this. I've seen this behavior before. How about that Danger Ranger, though? I really wish I didn't click on that. An El Camino, though. Business up front, party in the back. Now, Pete. Your boy is more of a ranchero kind of guy. But El Caminos are cool too. Hey, the Ranchero came first. Yeah, see? I like these. They're useful and they're really cool. Business up front, party in the back, bro. El Caminos are better. Yeah, better at copying the Ranchero. I agree with you, Bandit. Bro, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. See this? Look at that. Look at it. It's fake wood. Your car don't have that? Oh, I can taste the haterade from here. Hey, Parched, what's going on? I know you have shuttle things to do, but also we get the Bruins game. Cool. Bree, you want to watch the Bruins game? Oh, dear. You want to watch the Bees with me? Is that the Demolition? Cooter. Nice. Is that the Demolition Cuda? Yeah, look at that. That's a nice car. You wish you had a car like that. What progress did we make on the shuttle anyway? Oh, Loopy. Yeah. Look at that strake. Look at the strake. I never said I hated El Caminos. I just said I liked Rancheros better. Actually, Bandit, there's a guy down the street that has two 69 El Caminos. One's red with black stripes, and one is black with white stripes. They're both cherry, dude. I'm a little jelly. They're 69s. They got the quad lights, not the two like 71 and 72. Dude, 69 Chevys are the best. 1969 was the year for like every automobile, dude. Mustang, Camaro, Firebird, Chevelle, Charger, Super Bee. Like, that was the year, man. Corvette. Like, you could pick any American car from 68, 69, 70, and they're all good. Every single one of them is good. You could say it was a nice year. Yeah, you build that shuttle? How's it going? So, check this out, fellas. Loopy, here's what I worked on today. You see this? It doesn't look like much. It just looks like I layered some panels down there. Right? Pretty straight. Look at it from the side. I nailed the convex shape on the strake. It is perfect. It's perfect. It is exact. It is a perfect 2-degree sweep per triangle. It's perfect. The reason why I know it's perfect is because I built a machine to make sure that it was perfect. I built a controller here, a machine that basically has a dud triangle, and the machine can move the triangle incrementally back and forth, and we can also rotate the triangle on about its axis, so you can snap stuff to different angles. I was able to make the strake by changing the angle of the triangle 2 degrees and then moving it the exact increment every 6 centimeters, actually, if you really want to know, because we zeroed the machine. We zeroed the machine at 3, so 3 should line up. See? And I literally made a helical shape in KSP. Bree, give me a second. Brimo, let me actually finish this. Let me finish this and then we'll talk, okay? So, for the KSP players, Urban, look at that. Do you see any seams? Do you see any Z fighting? Do you see any overlap? There is nothing. It is perfect. Perfect. I zeroed all the rest of these triangles using this machine. And we gradually bent it like we were doing metalwork. I actually took a page out of machining here. It is exact. Now, ignore that. Don't worry about that. That's on the actual piece too, because I haven't figured out that shape yet. See that? That's what I've been working on today. And it took me a while to figure out how to use the machine, or how to make the machine and use it correctly. But we can literally make any shape with this. The only real thing I haven't figured out is a way to make a curved piece. But yeah, that's what we're going to work on now. Primo, we have a Falcon 9 launch in 2 hours and 20 minutes. We do have a Falcon 9 launch, Bree. Okay, it starts in 4 minutes. So I'll just be chilling here. The way AJ said perfect made me think about the damn TikTok thing. It's perfect. Look at that. Even, guys, if we look at this in hierarchical view, it is perfect. Look at it. Oh, it's awesome. That is, oh, man. I can't do better than that. I freaking can't. I can't do better than that. There's the alignment tool. But yeah. Yeah, so I decided what I think we should do is, now that I figured out a good way to do this, I'm just going to try to see if we can do this. Overlap it like this up here, and then bridge the shape down the bottom first. Because I noticed that when we put this saddle piece right here up in there, it's not matching these profiles that I have. I didn't realize there was a Starlink launch, so never mind, no worries. I can be back in a little bit. There was with the fourth. Yeah, Oglex, I don't like the Pavement Queen lifted trucks. Those don't really do anything. First year of the Skyline GTR as well. Yeah, the Hako. That's right. Tell me this doesn't look like a Soyuz. Sorry for the bad ed. Nice. Turn the shot glass upside down and then we got it. Yeah, then you got it. It's up to you. I'm 100% good either way. Guys, the Bruins are playing the Red Wings tonight. And I kind of want to go watch it. But what we could do, what I could do, is if I go watch the game now, I could always come back. Or I could go watch the game, We did 8 hours of work on this thing today. And I could just show up earlier tomorrow morning. We do have a schedule to keep, though. We have to keep that into account. We have a schedule to keep. Yeah, of course, Tessa. Yeah. Well, I'm going to come back for the launch. Either way. I'll come back for the launch. And... Yeah, let's do that. What time is that Starlink launch? Hold on. If I take a break now, I should be able to... What time is that Starlink launch? 9:14? $9:14. Okay, good. I'll see you guys at 9. And we'll... The way I see it is it's 7 o'clock now, and I was going to probably go till the Starlink launch and stop. That's about 2 hours, right? If we go till cover the Starlink launch, jump back into the shuttle, and go till 11, there we go. That's still the cumulatively the amount of time. Now, it's not a marathon stream, but it's cumulatively the right amount of time. So, what I want to do is I want to get this strake done. If we get this part done, the rest of the shuttle should fall together really, really easily. I just got to finish the top here. We got to bridge this gap up, make that look nice. And then just a couple of detail passes here and there. And actually getting this off of here, this saddle piece off of here, and replacing it with what I'm thinking will actually lower the part count. Actually pretty significantly. And it looks better. So, typical, I show up, see in my vans, yep. Alright, so, I'm going to take a couple hours here, take a quick break. I'll be back for the Starlink launch, and we will keep working on the space shuttle.